Aha, dash. We match Tame. You want to get started, everybody? So, again, welcome back to day 2 of our Education and Language Forum here with the Chiefs of Ontario at the Valhalla Hotel, Nimki Weekwadong, Thunder Bay, Fort William First Nation. Hope everybody had a good day yesterday. I know that there's a lot of really good content, a lot of good networking that was going on as well. A lot of good presentations, good keynote speaker, amazing panel that we had. And so we're looking to keep that momentum going today. We have a list of great presenters, some more breakout workshops. We have another panel discussion midday. So we're looking forward to having another beautiful day with everybody. So just calling everybody to order, we're going to ask our Thunder Mountain singers if they can sing us a nice opening song. Start us off in a good way, gentlemen. So whenever you are ready, I'll give you the floor. Oh, good song, good song. Like that to see the Kwewa come out there to back up those gentlemen. Always sounds good. It's a good song. Chimigwech singers, drummers. Next up, we're going to go to our knowledge keeper, Don Jones, who's going to do a welcoming for us this morning. So I'll hand it over to Don Jones.
Aho, I bojon in me na, the magnetic. How ni got a bines they go. Gieg, has money cut, megawani cut. John do them, I'm gazing up in the caswin. I get tindy, sim, Chicago's game they go. The good game at day gang, the goes in canning, bone jay ya. Which my say ma, you pocket in the game ma, you pin that with your game ma. Sheba. We just guys go up so gay, no come see Fogan. You can't use the master go gay. You get your house go gay. Ma way any, ma get the snake ma. We to jig among away, get away in the nan. We say go gay, Kino Martin. Yeah, she answer, came in our Jenny Ken the Mott. They beat 10 dog away, and it's not been when they way in the nan sago. We just Aja, between Ago. Gagi Stagos. We just know Mama, Nita Zindan and Kawai near Kagi Quain and away, Nimama, Ogomago Nebik, Wege, Ujikanashi, me gay, Kino Magog, and in a key, Jim Minobi Matis the end away. Me to share Bajik away, Ogomago Nebik, Nimama away. You know, Gabisigo. Ba which you are, ba kino ma gaming, ba win the ma gaming away, a P 10 dog away, and it's not been one. Me to share basic away, me coin down ma, Gabijibi gay ma. Way, go mago nebik, get kino maganan. Kai ninja gain, sa. Me, in a keg, a witchy gun, Jimmy no iron, away gay. Mashkikion ni bioge a wisiog, ka pambatuat, ka pamashiat, ka bang ni bika magatinatisat. Mashkikion ye. He spent ya in again, he a wichigon, Garnish ni biogego oma, kinoma again, but me to know ye, a wisiog. We sogogi ki kito sogage, away no, away ki sigo in ma. Ajuma, a wisiog magi aug. Me just win the market when manito. When the key, Chiwichiat, and Shinabek to go Shinoati ma. Me and the key, Kchin and Dagola pitch ya. Skin in the ma. When the gay coming, Gita go, so go no siban. You cannot mark so again, no siban away. And in key. Any Jiminy, we no be matches it away. Give only gaming, pane. Give a wee jas to go gay. Give a conny guest to go get ni mama, me eh. When the key, when generate to want ni ma. Give wabin jigay, give kino mago. Give just a guest to go gay. Wega, in the man. Me eh, kitchen and dago lap it ma. Me just yeah, no way, we forget in the man ma. Come on, guy, I see ma. Mal nakshig, ite minwa, the site eminity, or just conigam. When it is in damen away, when ungum ite away. Tobacco nige gamig, and it's not be tobacco nige gamig, wabagama. It is weighing equation martish way, each key as it way, Kevin P. Scar knock quick, and in nakshig, Kevin ma. Titiguiti ma, Chigagi get Kevin ma, me and Kay, Gabi, win the ma again, me to share basic. You win the mago, ma on the key when Kijigan away, and Shaganashim won't get you object to one, she sits tago answer. Garnish way, Kimi gear away, manito, get away in the nan, Magjagi Shaganashim when. Object on me and K, Nishing Apogee, Chin Sitch Tago, me and K. We just again my Achina. So, good morning, everybody. I introduce myself in my Anishinaabe names, and also my English name is Don Jones. As our MC has said, I'm from Nikiguzimin, Kaning, which is just kind of over there, about 3.5 hours from here. Near the Canada-US border. We did the openings yesterday I wanted to say miigwech to the Thunder Mountain Singers. I also put my tobacco down this morning. I smoked a pipe and asked the Creator and asked the pipe spirit to help in passing on some teachings this morning about language. I traveled with my father quite a bit when he was the elder for the Treaty 3 nation. And I used to drive with him, take him to different ceremonies. He did the openings. I was in a leadership position at the time. So I learned a lot in my 20s and 30s from my father, a lot of teachings that he gave me. I also have my mother, who's still alive. She's 85. Some of you may know her, and some of them may have worked with her. Nancy Jones. Her Anishinaabe name is Ogomago Neibik, or just Muskrat is her clan. So one of the things she's always told us, and you probably know this already, but I want to reinforce it at this gathering here, how important it is to eat properly, eat the animals that we're given to have, because these teachings about animals were given specific instructions by the Creator, how to help Anishinaabe people when they arrive on this earth, other people on this earth. A lot of these animals, whether it's fish, whether they fly, whether they crawl, all have medicine. And they also have teachings. They also have teachings about language. Anytime you cut a moose, you teach the young ones, what is this, what is that, what is that, how to use this. So it's a lot of these teachings are passed on from our elders. I grew up on a trap line. I was born and raised on a trap line. My father delivered me with the help of my grandmother, and so most of us siblings, 5 of us were born and raised on a trap line. The other 2, 3 were in a hospital. And so a lot of these teachings, my father taught us at a very young age. We spoke nothing but Anishinaabe when we came into the world, and all the ceremonies that happen when a young child arrives. A lot of the mothers and grandmothers know about those ceremonies. But if you want to go and learn language, go out into the wild. There's a lot of talk about land-based teachings. We've been doing that for quite a while in our community. One thing that really helps is to do some healing with our people. We have a program in our Nigiguzimini County. Our elders named it Kiniwin Diok, Take Care of Each Other. It's a 15-day intense program where the first 5 days is detoxification, detox. The second 5 days is on working with trauma. And the next 5 days is working with the elders. But throughout the 15 days, elders are always involved. We have our own people that have gone to school and learned the Western methods, and they teach and help. But we always have Anishinaabe content. Anishinaabe, we have a sweat lodge, we have a teaching lodge, we have a roundhouse, we have access to a shake tent when we want to do more healing. So healing is the first thing that we wanted to tackle, whether it be residential school, whether it be abuse, whether it's 60 scoop. All these things need to help in creating a good mind for our young people to relearn the language. Language is always there. Language is always there. We just need to pick it back up. We is what the elders say. Pick it back up. It's there. It will never leave us. It's always there. We as Anishinaabe people, and especially in teachers that are working in the classroom, I'm not a teacher. I work as a facilitator. My role is Oshkabe is I help teachers, I help our people, I help in different ways to reclaim the language, work with the language, and always listen. The word what we use is Kitiwe Ninan. Kitiwe Ninan is our language. So that implies that it's listening and talking. Kitiwe Ninan. listening and talking. So when you use Kitiwe Ninan, our language, and talk to the young people about listening, my father always said, you got 2 ears and one mouth. You listen twice as much as you talk. And so this teaching, these teachings about gathering language is very, very important. And I just wanted to share just a few of them today. And I'll thank you, Miigwech, for listening. Me here.
I really like those words, Miigwech. Kina Gakkidian, everything that you said. I do some lands-based programming for youth back home, and we were trying to get words from the land, as we're doing things, as we're doing lands-based activities, right? We're hide tanning, working with birch bark, working with black ash, and when I was asking elders, Anishekadong, how do you say this? How do you say that? I'd ask them sometimes on text, I'd ask them on Facebook, right? And sometimes they would sit there and have to think about it. And what we found is when we were actually together on the land and we were actually doing these things, we were actually working with the hide, we were working with the birch bark, we were splitting the roots, we were weaving the baskets. That's when those words really started to come. I remember these words now, because these words are actions, they're verbs. A lot of those verbs, they just, once you action them, once you do them, it's like bringing them back to life. And so that's one of the things that I found is like we gotta action these words, we gotta do these words because that's what they're describing. And once we can actually, we action them back to life. I guess that's one of the things that I come to learn. So. And a lot of these words you couldn't find in an Ojibwe dictionary, online dictionary, and they were alive, but they were alive, by being present there. And I thought that was really cool. So just, thinking about, reflecting on what you had to say there, Don, I really appreciate that sentiment. Now, we want to get started with our day, but before we do that, we got a guest there who wants to do a nice welcoming there. So I'm looking forward to introduce our Ontario Regional Chief, Benedict, if you can come on up. He was a former OFN YPC member, so I really like to make note of that. We'll give him a good warm welcome. Everybody, give him a good round of applause.
There's one thing I forgot. I mentioned in my language that I won't be here this afternoon, so I've asked my handsome friend here, Barney Batiste, to do the reflections for this afternoon, and he graciously accepted. He wants me to give him half of my honorarium, though. Oh, be good.
Ani Bozu Sego, good morning, what going on, It's a great pleasure. Thank you, Yamagoa Quinn, for the warm welcome this morning. It's so great to see Quinn here this morning and not Stan Wesley, because this young man is so much better. No, I'm kidding. I don't want to throw Stan under the bus. Everybody knows how great he is. He gets up to the microphone and charges us all up and screaming yells into the microphones. We're all standing up and having a great morning. And so it's great to see Quinn helping out. I apologize I wasn't able to make it yesterday. I was in Ottawa at some other meetings. I do want to acknowledge the territory that we're in today, and also thank Chief Solomon yesterday, who welcomed all of you to her territory, Schnabik, Fort William territory that we are here in the city of Thunder Bay. I want to say Yamagoa Miigwech to Don for his opening, as well as to our drummers this morning who started us off in a good way. And it's good to see my friend Barney, we've been the last couple of weeks traveling around together doing some important work on behalf of our region, and he's, with his guidance and strength as the Ontario Regional Chief, has been very welcoming, and I'm going to say Yamagoa Miigwech, Barney, for that. So those of you that don't know me, as Quinn mentioned, I am the Ontario Regional Chief. I was elected to this position in June of this year, and prior to that, I was the Grand Chief for the Mohawk community of Akwesasne. I was the Grand Chief for 9 years there, and I do want to give a shout out to fellow Mohawks over there from the Aksustimok Board of Education who are going to be doing a presentation. And I spent 9 years as a member of my council. And during that 9 years as a member of council, one of the portfolios that I carried that entire time was the education and the important work that all of you are doing in the education sector and also in the revitalization of our Kanien'kehá:ka language across Turtle Island and especially in our region. And so as the Ontario Regional Chief, it's my duty and responsibility to support our regional PTOs, our Shnabik Nation, our Treaty 3s across this territory, and to bring the message that all of you work so very hard in feeding up into the work that we do at the political level. And while I know that today is really about the last today and yesterday and tomorrow is really about how we come together and support one another and advance the important work that's happening, it is folks like your Grand Chiefs and Chiefs who are pushing hard every day to ensure that our nationhood, our identity, and our jurisdiction is respected by those of the settlers, whether it be through the municipalities, whether it be through the province or the federal government. And I can tell you that as the regional chief, relationships are extremely important to me. And I know that whether that be with other communities, whether that be with other political leaders or proponents that we share commonalities with. There is so much adversity in our communities, there's so much adversity in the world we live in, and it's important that, we heard Knowledge Keeper Jones talk about, traditional land-based teachings and the importance and that every plant, every animal, and every being in this world in which we live in Turtle Island has a reason. And now it is more and more important now than ever that we continue to advance that for our youth. Last week we spent some time in the AFN talking about another important issue, and that was our child welfare reform. In our region, we brought our chiefs and leadership together and determined that the proposed reform was something that was of the best interest for our children in our region. And the reason why I share that with you is that while we went to the AFN and we had a result that wasn't favorable to our region, it really was a reaffirmation that our region is extremely unique and is one of the most vast regions across Turtle Island from coast to coast to coast, and that it is the work that all of you do in our education, in language revitalization, supporting our youth, supporting our children, whether it be in our education systems or alternative education systems, that is extremely important. And so the input that you put in is what feeds up into our regional office, and what reaffirms why our region in Ontario is so unique and is so special. We have a lot of northern and remote communities, and I know that as the Ontario Regional Chief, one of my priorities has been ensuring that the northern and remote communities are heard and recognized. Because there's no other region in this country that has the amount of northern communities that we have, whether they be fly-in or by road access or by ice roads. And that creates a lot of uniqueness. Yes, it creates a lot of challenges, but also creates a lot of benefit too. And we know that the world we live in today is not the same as it used to be, and that those influences on our children, on our little ones, and our young adults into our post-secondary institutes is different. And it's the work and the conversations that we have at these tables that's extremely helpful, that feeds into what we do as political leaders to ensure that we're protecting our identity, to ensure that we're protecting our Ungahu, our Shnabikism of who we are. So our Shnabik Moan is continued to be taught and learned from our youth, our children, and into our future leaders. There's a number of future leaders in this room now. And it's my pleasure to continue to support and navigate the work that we do. And so through some of the work that we have done through the language certifications, I know that we have to work in colonial systems, that the work that we have been able to advance in that area is leading the way. I know that one of the priorities for us is also ensuring that a curriculum in the Ontario system is accurate and true. There's another file that's extremely important to me, and that is of our identity, our rights assertion. The people that assert to have rights that have no rights, that have no connection to the land, and the damage that they are doing to our communities, to our prosperity, but also riding on our coattails to assert some sort of right that they don't have. And so it is a priority of ours to make sure that the curriculum in this province that we have is reflective of the true history, the adversity, the challenges that we have had. Many of our elders and those who have come before us have faced so much. They have sacrificed so much. But that makes us the strength that we have today, and we have to make sure that all Ontarians, all Canadians are aware of that. You know, the residential schools is not something that was not too long ago. And I know that when we seen the 215 from the Kamloops, people started noticing. But it is ultimately my job and my job with the other political leaders in our region to make sure that those people that have orchestrated those policies are aware of the rights, the damage that they have done, and that we never see those histories repeated. And so I want to say miigwech yamagoa to all of you for participating. I want to give a big shout out to our team at the Chiefs of Ontario for the hard work that they have put in putting the 3 days of this gathering. That's an extremely important work that each of you are doing to support our nationhood, our identity, revitalizing our language, ensuring that our children that are coming forward have a foundation built upon our principles, our teachings, and ensuring that the world that we live in today is not going to shape in a negative, adverse way to our children who are coming up. So, yamagoa miigwech to all of you.
Now, Chimigwech, one more time, round of applause for our Ontario Regional Chief. You know, it's really inspiring to know that he was on the youth council at one point. You know, I was also on the youth council at one point. Maybe I'll be the chief one day. Yeah. But you know, I think it's really important that, you know, we uplift our young people and create space for them. And I remember being on the youth council and you know, all the learning that happened, and you know, bringing the voices together and being able to echo and amplify the young people's voices and to advocate. You know, to bring those issues, those concerns, those ideas to the forefront is super important. So, yeah, today we have a really great day. We're going to start off with a short presentation from the Chiefs of Ontario staff. They're going to talk about Systemic Gaps Report, opportunities in First Nations schools. That will be followed by a more concurrent workshops. So I'll talk a bit about those workshops as we come to it after this initial morning presentation. Those workshops will bring us to about lunchtime. So we'll have lunch right after our lunch at 1 o'clock. We'll come back for our keynote speaker, Dr. Lorna Williams. And after our keynote, we're going to have another panel discussion up here in the main room. A reminder that if those who are not yet registered, we had 2 door prizes yesterday, and you needed to have your name registered over at the registration in order to participate. Someone said, I didn't get my name in there. You need to be registered, so just a friendly reminder. Yesterday was $150, so $150 was one of them. I don't know what the other prize was. It was something else. I think it was one of those, depends, one of those. I can't remember what it was actually. Lots of pens. There's lots of pens. So again, we'll have a door prize, 2 door prizes at the end of the day. You must be here in order to claim your prize. So towards the end of the day, we have one more breakout sessions, and that'll conclude our day. So this morning will be around education as well, and then afternoon is when we're going to start the language portion of the forum. So you might have noticed yesterday was very specific to language. Education. This morning will also be focused on education. This afternoon is when we're going to have more of a focus on language, and tomorrow will be strictly dedicated to language. So looking forward to a great day, everybody. If you have any questions, you can always find the staff with the yellow lanyards. Give them a wave, the nice, beautiful table. Let's give it a round of applause, everybody. Woo! Help making it happen. I always like to acknowledge the staff for all the work that they do. So we're going to jump right into it. So I'm going to call up Ashley Deacon and Mick Sturrock. So if you can come on up, they're going to do a presentation on Systemic Gaps Report, opportunities in First Nations schools. So that'll take us to our first wellness break. And so I'm going to hand it over to them. You have the floor.
All right, welcome everyone. Just to start us all off, I'm really nervous. It's been a long time since I presented to this amount of people in this room, so bear with me. Today we're going to be presenting on the disparities in educational opportunities in First Nations education in Ontario. So just to start off, Tanse, Muskigi Weskoesqueo, Nitigatun, Achakawichiweo Pisk, Kiwaitinuk Ochinina. My English name is Ashley Deacon. I come from the north, which is actually in Manitoba. I was born and raised in Thompson, Manitoba. I now live in southwestern Ontario, and I've been there for about 10 years, so the difference in temperature is amazing. I'm from the north, but I don't like the cold. But being in this territory the last couple of days and for the rest of the week is just really like near and dear to my heart. I miss the bush, and I really enjoy being here. I'm gonna turn it over to my coworker here to introduce himself.
Miigwech Ashley. So I talked a little bit about myself yesterday. I'm Mick Sterrick. I'm the Director of Education with Chiefs of Ontario. I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the drum that opened us up in such a great way. Really appreciated the words. I wanted to acknowledge Knowledge Keeper Don Jones for being with us the last 2 mornings, and really looking forward to listening. And if you haven't heard Knowledge Keeper Barney Batiste, you're in for a real treat over the second half of our conference. And really appreciate our Ontario Regional Chief, Abram Benedict, for taking time out of his busy schedule to prioritize being with us and speaking to us this morning. And really reflecting on the OF and YPC, like Quinn noted, our Ontario First Nation Young People's Council, and thinking about how he said, like, I knew Quinn was, that's why if you're at any of our conferences, he's number one in part of the OF and YPC. We've done some legal work, and I've seen like Darian from, I believe, Fort Hope come from the OF and YPC. So when I think about, and of course our regional chief, so when I think about the power of youth, when I listened to Taya yesterday, or when we listened to Pierre Dubosky or Ramon from Attawapiskat, I really visualize that these are our next leaders. These will be our next lawyers. Will be commanding rooms of 200 people one day, and our future Ontario Regional Chief, we're probably listening to them each time we listen to the youth reflection. So I wanted to take a moment about the importance of our knowledge keepers and our youth. So I'm going to turn it back over to Ashley.
All right, so just wanted to also just take a moment to introduce our research team who took the lead and is at the forefront of our Systemic Gaps research project, which is Neil Dubosky, which is the Learn First Education Consulting from Chaging First Nation. We have Dr. Kelly Gallagher McKay, a lawyer and PhD in education and associate professor from the Wilfrid Laurier University. And then we have Maria Yao, who is the founder of Equifair Research Consulting, and Dr. Elizabeth Dewey, the associate professor of education in Rotman School of Management. And then we have Christine Corso, who is a PhD candidate from the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education. So it is because of them, they did all of the work. They created this survey, and we'll talk a little bit more about the language that's used in the survey and everything like that. But it is because of them why we have this report and this data and information that we're using today.
So when we talk about, and Patrick mentioned this yesterday when he was talking about the FNLOT, Chiefs of Ontario doesn't sit around the table and decide where the work's going to go. All our work is mandated by the 133 First Nation Chiefs in Assembly. So the iteration of where this project came from was from resolutions that were passed by the Chiefs in Assembly. So you can see 2 resolutions that are attached, the OTIFA, or the Ontario Technical Table on the Interim Funding Approach, and that was the launching point of this work. And And you see the second resolution there, requiring the OTIFA to address outstanding issues and continue refining the interim funding approach. So this research project came from, some of you may be sitting on task teams that look at different aspects to improve the funding, whether it's in language and culture, transportation. This project came from a systemic gaps task team. So the Systemic Gaps project, it's been a few years in the making. The initial iteration, we were going to create and release this big 200, 300-page report, but we realized that that's probably not the best way, because I know even myself, if I get about 20, 30 pages into a report, I start to lose interest. So we thought it was better to grind down and focus on a series of reports. So the Systemic Gaps project, we've already released 2 reports, and they're tied to provincial, our students in the provincial system, which is about 75 to 80% of our students actually attend provincial schools. So we've already released the First Nations student outcomes in provincial schools and the First Nations student suspensions in provincial schools. This is the 3rd report in this series that we'll talk about today, and there's a 4th report. And you saw the individual on the research team. Her name is Elizabeth Dewey. She's an economist, and she'll take all this information and be doing a report on the economic costs of not focusing on closing these gaps that are identified in First Nations education. So just a brief highlight, and again, Patrick had shared a bit of this yesterday. But some of the information that came out of the student outcomes in provincially funded schools, you'll see that the attendance rates for First Nation students are lower. So the top bar is all students in provincial schools. The middle bar is First Nation students who self-identify, who live in an urban center. And then the last bar is First Nation students who live in their home community and take transportation to provincial schools. And we know that that is elementary attendance, but we know that there is lots of research that say that attendance in elementary school is a predictor of future outcomes. You'll also see the graduation rates. I know we looked at some Auditor General reports too from 30 years ago, and they talked about the need. There's a 30% gap in graduation rates between First Nation students and the students at large, and it's 30 years later, and the gap hasn't changed. The second report talked about, it's entitled Suspensions and an Equitable Access to a Positive Disciplinary Climate. So again, you can see the disparity between suspension rates between students in the provincial system at large and our First Nation students who attend those schools. And that first graph is in elementary. And 4.9 might not seem like a lot, but if our little students are getting suspended 5 times more than students in general, that's an issue, especially in elementary school. And then that's some of the data from on the second slide in secondary school. So that's a bit about those reports. This PowerPoint is uploaded in there, and on each of those 2 slides, there's a link to our website if you wanted to look at those reports in detail.
Give me my papers. Okay, so as Mick mentioned, this is the 3rd report in a series of reports that is related to the systemic gaps in education. And it's designed to fulfill those calls to action, specifically calls to action number 9 and number 10. And it's really to just monitor that progress in educational outcomes and opportunities for First Nations students specifically. And it's hoped that these reports will kind of guide that direction and support the needs that our First Nations students need within First Nations in the provincially funded schools as well. So also, like, just to mention in these reports, because this survey was kind of mirrored with some language from a different survey, which I'll get into, but some of the, unless it's specifically noted, this report comes from the survey of schools, principals across all of Ontario. So sometimes we're going to be using information from the high population of First Nation students in provincially funded schools, and sometimes we're going to be talking specifically about the First Nations schools. And it'll always be noted in the report, so when the report does come out, you'll be able to see those differences within that report. So, as mentioned, the People for Education, which is a nonprofit educational research and advocacy organization, they have conducted school surveys on an annual basis and principals from across Ontario about the opportunities and resources that are available in schools. So our research team developed this survey using their questions, but they mirrored the questions and kind of guided it and made it towards First Nations specifically instead of making it a general for all principals and for all students. So we want that information specifically to our First Nations. And then the People for Education, they shared all of their data with us so that we were able to provide that baseline, that provincial baseline to assess the resource gap that our First Nations schools face. And then to go even a step further, the data that was extracted from the People for Education schools in high First Nations enrollment boards in order to compare those results for boards with high First Nations enrollment to those provincial averages. So like I said, we're going to be seeing those numbers that have that high First Nations enrollment within provincially funded schools, the provincially funded schools, and then the First Nations schools specifically. And then again, any of those differences are always going to be noted in the report. Okay, so our table of contents. So we have in our education project team, it has been adapted from an evidence-based framework developed by a multidisciplinary commission on monitoring educational equity under the direction of the U.S. National Academies of Sciences. And the framework provides a set of indicators of educational equity, highlighting those disparities from both outcomes and opportunities or resources that span that kindergarten and grade 12 education system. And those indicators are selected based on whether they're important, they're comparable, and widely collected data that can be tracked over a certain amount of time. The monitoring educational equity points to the ways in which those carefully chosen indicators of educational inequity highlight disparities. They provide a way to explore potential causes and then point towards possible improvements. So there's 4 main components of our report, and they are access to early learning, equitable access to high quality instruction, access to a broad, rigorous curriculum, and equitable access to supportive school and classroom environments.
Yeah, and to qualify too, as we gather this data, the purpose isn't to gather a large pieces of data just to show the disparity. The objective of this was, let's find the baseline exactly where our kids are, and then let's strategically close those gaps. So a bit of and again, as Ashley pointed out, this is a survey that was done with over 30 First Nations principals or education leaders. And the data from this survey is really focused on the disparity in opportunities between provincial schools and what's happening in our First Nations Ontario schools. So some of the contextual data, as you can see, there's over 60,000 First Nation students in Ontario. Approximately 19,000 students are in First Nation on territory schools, 42,000 First Nation students who self-identify are in provincial schools. And then of our First Nation schools in Ontario, we have 111. 74 are exclusively in elementary, K to 6 or K to 8. There's 17 First Nations high schools, and then there's 20 who are a mix of kindergarten right through to grade 10 or grade 12. Additional contextual data, like I said, the data is taken from interviews of over 30 principals, so it's a good sample size from the 111. The size of the schools of the principals or education directors that were surveyed could be school as small as 7 or a school with as many as 1,400 students of First Nation on territory school. The median size, the average size for students in First Nation schools altogether is about 109 students, and in the province, their average size school is about 330. So for early learning, access to early learning, again in research, is a factor in how our students will do. And you can see that there is a disparity on the early learning services that are provided overall in the provincial system, and of course that probably comes with requisite funding. In the provincial system, with students who are in high population First Nation high schools, it's lower. And then when you read the report, and through the report too, there are excerpts and actual anecdotal phrases and comments from our principals, so you can get a sense of the challenges that they face. But you can see most First Nations don't have that access to that early learning.
So here we have the equitable access to high quality instructions, and it's the certified trained teachers. So, it's a widespread agreement that teachers can make an enormous difference in a student's learning. We know this, whether that might be a positive or negative difference. However, a great teacher can help to inspire students to achieve more than they would have ever believed. I know, speaking from my own experience, being a First Nations in a provincially funded school, I had 2 teachers who made a huge difference in my life, and which encouraged me and motivated me to continue on to graduate high school, to go into university, to even get my own teaching degree. So we do know this, that teachers can make that really incredible change and difference in students' lives. So the monitoring educational equity, they use 3 proxies for quality teaching, which are teachers' years of experience, teacher diversity, and the extent to which teachers are certified and qualified for the subjects that they teach. And so when we asked principals from these First Nations who did this survey, a few of them made some comments that suggested that their staff to be diversity and getting a teaching job on a First Nations. They may not be have those years of experience. So when we look at these 3 proxies that the monitoring educational equity used for the quality teaching, we can see that difference with those teachers that are on our First Nations and teaching in our First Nations. So we can see here in this chart, in that blue section, we have the permanent teaching certification. So these are the certified teachers that we have teaching in our schools, which is only 47% of them. And then we have in the gray area, which is 42% of them have no professional teaching certification. And then in the orange, we have those temporary or provisional or probationary or in progress certification at 11%. So, that's less than half of our teachers in our schools who are certified to teach. And not saying that those people who are teaching in our schools are not smart or knowledgeable, because we do have knowledgeable people in our communities. Just getting them to have that certification and experience in specifically, you know, the curriculum and things like that, or building curriculum specifically for your First Nation. So yeah, where's my clicker? There we go. And then we get into some staffing shortages and influential factors. So as I said, only half of the First Nation schools are fully staffed in 22 and 23. 29% of principals reported that they had to teach those classes in addition to leading their schools. 57% of schools hired uncertified regular classroom teachers in order just to fill in those teaching vacancies that they have in their schools. These factors impact increased student inappropriate behavior. So those challenges that we see from students did increase because of those staffing shortages. Those struggles that we have with staff recruitment. You know, it is hard to find staff. We are very short-staffed within our schools. And then several principals indicated financial compensation to be much lower. So the salaries that teachers are making are a lot lower on First Nations than they would be in a provincially funded school. And then many First Nations still do not contribute to the Ontario Teachers Pension Plan, which is a deterrent. So when you are OCT certified and you go and teach in a provincially funded school, you automatically pay into that pension plan. But on a First Nation, you don't necessarily contribute to that. So that could be a deterrent to having certified teachers coming and applying to teach on our First Nations. And then we have this little graph here at the bottom of the chart, which are some strategies for handling staffing issues. So what we were told was that 57%, as it shows there, these are just those percentages that you see in the comments. They hired uncertified educators from the community. 27%, the principal provided the teaching coverage. And then we have the 23%, my eyes are getting bad, hired those short-term teachers for less than the full school year as available or as they needed. And then we have the 41%, I believe it says, that was just like that other category, that they were doing other things in order to mitigate those shortages.
Yeah, and I know from different experiences too, like, and I think it's the same in all communities, but I felt it a lot, especially up north, was, I remember being in Pekanjikam, and my first year teaching, I'm all excited, and I'm one of 22 new teachers starting. And then you see the attrition the next year and the next year. But when staff start staying for a while, because young people talk to me too, and they start thinking they're the problem. That's why the teachers are leaving, not all these other factors. But when you can compensate your staff well, if they have those things and they stay, I've watched school staffs transform, and I've watched kids transform. Success rates in that, when you can have that consistency in a fully staffed school year after year. So First Nation educator presence. This is a positive in our First Nation schools. So as you can see, schools with any First Nation staff members are schools, of course, 100%, and that is a positive factor. Schools with high First Nation enrollment, you can see the drop. And then in schools across the provinces overall, a very small percentage have First Nation educators, even one in their school. And then when you talk about First Nations principals, again, it's encouraging to see in First Nations it's at 50 plus, but that would be nice if that's 100% too. And then schools with high First Nation enrollment, it plummets. And then overall, there are not very many First Nation principals across Ontario leading schools. Access to a broad and rigorous curriculum, First Nation language programming. Again, First Nation schools are significantly more positive data coming out of that. Our First Nation schools with high First Nation student enrollment, To me, that's extremely low. If there's a high First Nation enrollment, there should be First Nation language courses in those schools. And then overall, the province, again, that's very discouraging data. Libraries and librarians. It might seem like a small thing, and you recall Brian from Wikwemikong up here on the panel yesterday, on the mental wellness panel. That's where he started it as a librarian, and when I was talking to him on my bearskin plane on the way in, he was talking about how being that librarian, even the older kids, they still come up to him and say, "I remember you when you were our librarian," and it's just always a special spot. But unfortunately, and again, there's academic links to that too. You talk about boys in reading and nonfiction, and when our kids can go to these spaces and pick the books they're interested in, the libraries are very important. But you can see in First Nation schools, there's next to no schools that have libraries or librarians. And again, I guarantee you that's not just because they don't want them. Probably it's connected to the staffing issues, where even if you had a librarian, you've got to put them in a classroom. I unfortunately remember being in Pekanjikam, having a school that's bursting at the seams, and we had to take down our library and make it into 3 classrooms. So there's some real challenges and obstacles in our schools. Schools with high First Nations enrollment in provincial boards, again, very low. Overall in provincial schools, it's not 100%, but they have a lot more advantages when it comes to libraries and librarians. Is this me too? I think, I got one more, sorry.
Oh, yeah, this one yours.
And then indicators of curricular breadth, art education. So you can see that there's a connection between arts education and student engagement and academic learning and social emotional skills and support for creativity. And when it comes to having art or music specialists, again, our First Nation schools, we have next to none that have the luxury of having that. Whereas in other schools, they have significantly more. I'm fortunate. I've got one of my beloved children, one of 6, in Wikwemikong High School. They have an amazing art program. They always have passionate teachers. And now she had no clue what she's going to do her next step next year when she graduates. But now she's been inspired to go to university, maybe OCAD or Guelph, to pursue studies. And again, if that program wasn't there for my daughter, I'm not sure she would know where her place was. But so that this is, it's important to have that kind of programming for our students on territory and First Nations.
All right, so now we're going to be talking about the outside of school time. Those extracurricular activities give students a chance to develop those interests in a fun and engaging way. They really are highly associated with school connectedness, which is like a concept that's associated with a number of major positive impacts on their well-being overall. So we can see things like a higher self-esteem and life satisfaction. We see lower rates of substance use and violence. We see participation in fewer risk-taking behaviors, increased likeliness of completing high school, and those just overall greater feelings of having a positive mental health. So when we talk about the outside of school times, those extracurricular activities, it really brings students together, and it, like I said, creates that connectedness between staff and students and students and students, and even parents and students, or families and students. So, the operation of different clubs and extracurricular activities is really dependent on teachers' unpaid work. A lot of these things are happening on school breaks, on holidays, on after-school hours, and teachers go out and they put in that time and they're not paid for it. They're not compensated for that time that they're putting out. But, you know, knowing a great teacher makes a great impact on a student's life. So they, I know so many teachers, especially in our First Nations communities, who go over and beyond to help our students. And I was in a workshop yesterday, and they're not necessarily teachers, but it is a program within a school. And just listening to them, and it was Brian and Cody who I was listening to, and the great work that they're doing. And like even they said they see some of the teachers who are doing that great work too. So like when there's staffing shortages and you know, they might be facing other students' needs, things like having that nutrition program, providing the necessities for students just to make it to school, it could be difficult to ensure that we're having that wide spectrum of extracurricular activities without that regular staffing. So there's a chart here, and I'm going to do my best to go through it with my bad eyes. So there's this clubs that are offered at school, and again, this is the principals that are answering this question, which is actually it's actually pretty good information. So arts clubs, so school plays, bands, visual arts clubs. In the blue bar, we see the First Nations schools, which is rather high, and then we have the high First Nations enrollment boards, which is in the orange, and then the gray is the overall provincial schools. So that the arts clubs, you know, is very, it's pretty even with itself, which is amazing, incredible, and that's what Mick was just saying about his child and their inspiration in their art program. And then we have the cultural, religious, and language clubs, and this one is incredible. So we see that the First Nations schools has a really vast cultural club, cultural and language club. And then we see the high First Nations enrollment, which is a little bit lower. And then again, the overall provincial schools is a little bit higher than the high First Nations enrollment, but it still doesn't compare to what we have on our First Nations communities. And then we have student leadership, and this is where we're starting to see a big difference here. So in our First Nations schools, the student leadership groups is only at about, I think that says 27%. And then with the high First Nations enrollment board, it gets jacked right up to 75%. And then the overall provincial is at 71%. So again, those both provincial boards are pretty high in having that student leadership, but our First Nations is a little bit lacking in that. And then we have robotics, technology, or STEM clubs, which again is similar to the student leadership. So our First Nations schools are only about 20%, and then the First Nations, high First Nations enrollment boards have about 45%, and the overall provincial schools is at 57%. The eco clubs, again, similar, which First Nation schools, again, are at, oh my gosh, my eyes are like really bad today. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, the writing's really small. I'm just gonna let you read it when you read the report. So you can see the difference though between those blue, orange, and gray bars. In the eco clubs, the academic competitions is the same, but then again, we go to the other category, which could be any other sort of clubs that might be not listed or not thought about at the time of this, that was in the survey from the people of education. So we see like the blue bar, which is the First Nation schools, is a lot higher. And then the high First Nations enrollment boards is a little bit less than that, but we're pretty comparable with the overall provincial schools.
So tutoring, and again, tutoring is, it can be a powerful tool. Its purpose is to close those gaps. And again, you can see some of the research on that, a little blurb. But in First Nations schools, this is maybe 40% of our schools are able to offer this tutoring. high First Nations enrollment. It's up to 62. And overall in provincial schools, it's fairly regular programming where students can access tutoring. So again, I don't think that's a lot of times in First Nations schools, it's a teacher who plans all morning and all evening, teaches all day, and then if there is tutoring sometimes, it's just another add-on because the teacher is passionate and they're running a homework club or something. Whereas I think in a lot of provincial schools, there's even outside individuals who come in and provide that tutoring. Guidance counselors, I was fortunate in my 10 years in 2 First Nations where we had a guidance counselor that was a resource I don't know how I would have operated without as a principal. I know when she even took a day off or two, I would tell the front, like, okay, don't say the guidance counselor isn't here. You send them in to me, I'll take that. And 90% of my day was filled with what a guidance counselor would do, but they're so critical with like coaching our kids at their next steps in their academics, whether they're in elementary or high school to go to post-secondary. They're there, maybe not as the mental health counselor all the time, but at least they can be that first point of contact and guide them to the support they need. And you can see in our First Nations schools, only 58% have guidance counselors. That's egregious. It should be 100%. Whereas you can see in the province, whether it's a high First Nations enrollment or overall, you really don't have a school that, almost don't have a school that doesn't have one. Graduation coaches as well. These numbers aren't as a despair, but you look at our graduation rates and you look at how many graduation coaches are in our schools, and there's a bit of a parallel there. And so I believe that, again, in funding and advocacy in that, which is what a lot of this data can be used for as well, is we should, if we're going to close the systemic gap, there should be a graduation coach in every First Nation school. And then access to supportive environments, schools with social workers. This is growing, I believe, but there's still not near adequate dedicated funding to mental health and wellness directly to First Nation schools. A lot of the First Nation schools that I am aware that are having growing mental wellness programs, they have to apply outside of education because there's no funding, not adequate funding that's flowing through the funding formula. So even for instance, if, like Ashley stated, if you were able to take part and listen to Cody and Brian in the great mental wellness Minobamadzwin program that they're running in Wikwemikong, that's because they have to apply to a youth crime funding prevention proposal, and they have to do rigorous reporting in that, when really all that funding should be in our formula to our communities for our kids to have those programs. And then Ashley's going to take over from here. This slide burns me because we know our attendance issues in our communities.
Okay, yeah, so, attendance is vitally important for students' eventual success in their schools, because students who are not in the classroom, by definition, are missing out on an opportunity to learn. Attendance also serves as an indirect measure of a student's engagement and how schools are able to address students' needs. So as Mick mentioned, you can see the drastic difference here in this graph, where in First Nations schools is much lower. It's only 27% of attendance, and with the provincially funded schools with high First Nations enrollment and in overall, it's a lot. It's almost 100%, like 98% and 80%. So those are with those school attendance counselors. So those attendance counselors who are going to be reaching out to those students, trying to encourage them to get to school, helping them get to school, making those home calls, home visits, whatever they need to do, right? So we know, like, in our First Nations, we don't have those attendance counselors, and I feel like if we did have those attendance counselors in our schools, it can make a huge difference. Again, referencing the Minopemagawin program, they do those phone calls, those home visits to get those students to school. They said that if their students went to school one day, that then they're able to continue to encourage. If they went one day and then didn't go again, they still get to go to their house and say, these are our students. We get to encourage them. We get to push them. I know that sometimes even parents will call them and say, hey, you know, I have to work or whatever that might be, and my kid's not going to school. What can you do to help? So, and it's made a difference in their schools. Their graduation rate has increased last year, definitely, they said. So just seeing that difference and is just really incredible, and it's really important to have those attendance counselors in our schools. Oh, I see you again.
Okay. Parental engagement.
Wait, hold on. No, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I'm getting confused. Okay, parental engagement. I should have just let him talk. So opportunities, different opportunities for parents to get involved at schools. You know, there are community gatherings and events that are hosted by the schools. There's opportunities to volunteer at schools. There's resources that are available that to share with parents to help to support that learning at home. There's different workshops that are available, and you can see, like, the numbers are slowly decreasing, but these things are still available in these schools that the principals were surveyed at. So there's workshops and events focused on parents' interests or needs, things like, you know, adult education, job skills, tutoring, traditional crafts, parenting, and it goes beyond that. And then we have 27% of these schools said that a school or a parent council was available for communication and advice to the school and school staff. And then 20% again is that other category. So there are opportunities for parental engagement in these schools, which is incredible to see, actually. Just to have those community gatherings that are hosted by the school really builds on that school support, that school system, that school connectedness that I talked about earlier. Okay, so getting into some conclusions here, we have, you know, currently far from meeting the need to accelerate and enrich education. There are significant gaps in important resources in a number of areas that are important for educational achievement and well-being and equity overall. So in particular, we've highlighted some major shortcomings in the following critical educational resources, which are the First Nations schools are less likely to provide access to early childhood education and care, which in many cases is not available elsewhere in the community. And again, just reiterating that fewer than half of the teachers in First Nation schools are certified, and First Nation schools report significant staffing challenges that, you know, interfere with that learning with those students. There are significant gaps in curricular breadth, you know, things like libraries, teacher librarians, arts education, out-of-class learning opportunities, and extracurriculars, except for those culture clubs, because we know that's what we have. We know that we have those people in our community that teach that stuff to our students. There are considerable inequities in access to the courses that prepare students for post-secondary. So thinking about going into college and university, we are lacking in that support. There are major gaps in the availability of academic supports. Schools without special education teachers, more students per special education teacher, and the relative lack of tutoring, guidance counselors, and those graduation coaches again. We have First Nations that are much less likely to have access to school social workers and mental health and addiction specialists, as well as, you know, those specialists in health and physical education teachers, and attendance counselors. So there are a lot of things that we can gather from this data that we've collected over these school principals that were surveyed. It's really important. I'm not a data person. I'm not a numbers person at all. I think it's rather boring. But it's so important to have that information in identifying those gaps that we have in our schools and how we can move forward. How are we going to close those gaps in our schools? So just thinking about that, we do have a Systemic Gaps pilot project coming soon, which I'm the lead of. So I'm really looking forward to that and like communicating with the different schools, principals, and teachers. So I'm really excited for that work to come. I also just wanted to mention that in the coming weeks, probably about 3 to 4 weeks, this report will be available on our website, and I'm sure we can put it on our Facebook page, our KU Education Facebook page, and any other modality that we can get it out to our communities so everybody will be able to read it in depth, because there is a lot more information in that report than what we just discussed here today. So yeah, if you want to contact us, there's my email, there's Patrick Lowen's email, who is also the interim associate director, and Mick's email as well and phone number. I think we have a few minutes for.
Yeah, if there's any questions or comments or reflections, I do think we have a few minutes before wellness. And if I say something you want to add or you want to field it.
So just as it was before, raise your hand and then I will make your way over. I seen one.
I have to go to the washroom. I'll be right back.
Ani and Kairan Dishnikas, Shishigwaning, Dubinjaba, Makwado Dodam. I'm just curious about the attendance. I know that attendance does equate success in school, but the findings that you have, did you find out the whys of it? Is it because they have something going on at home? Do they have to care for younger kids at home? The attendance rate that you stated is it from finding actual reasons why they're absent, or is it just numbers at the school?
So I believe there's a little bit more elaboration in the report, but again, this is to set a baseline of where are we, and now let's set a goal, and what are we going to do about it. I don't think there's a deep dive into all the reasons though.
And I just wanted to add, there isn't a deep dive on that information, but we know what our students go through in our communities, the responsibilities that they carry as young people, the things that they experience in our communities. So, I mean, we know that all of that contributes to that attendance as well. That's why attendance counselors are really important.
Hi, good morning. I'm also wondering, I know this report was more about schools in First Nations, but wondering about, there was a lot of information about access to programs. Is there a deep dive into how many students who identify as First Nations are actually engaged in those programs? So if we look at the extracurricular activities in provincial schools or in highly populated provincial schools with First Nation students, does it look at, okay, we have access, but are we actually seeing First Nation students take advantage of those opportunities? Are they the ones that are engaged in them?
Yeah, so again, that's a good question. I think that's an area to dive deeper. Like you said, the provincial numbers could be a little misleading. Patrick alluded to the fact that probably a lot of our kids don't have access because these are after school, and especially our kids who have education agreements. In addition to all the funding that the community would have to do, then they'd have to pay for their own bus routes and that. So we'll make note of that. I think that's good to do a deeper dive, and our provincial expert here, Patrick, can probably add to that.
Somebody else is talking.
And we think that they are not very high. So it's on the table, and we're advocating for it to be captured. So thank you for bringing that up.
Okay.
Oh, just one more time, Patrick, if you can.
Oh,
thank
sorry.
you.
Yeah, so those numbers in the province are not captured. Like if First Nations are actually participating in extracurricular activities, right? We know there's lots of barriers. I mentioned yesterday that yes, there are activities, but there's also buses going back to communities, etc., and responsibilities, etc. But we don't know to the full extent of, you know, how often or how much First Nation students in provincial schools are participating in those activities, because it's not collected. It might be collected at the individual schools, but it's not, you know, done in a province-wide way where we can see the data. But we have at Chiefs of Ontario advocated for that to be captured. So thank you for, you bring up an excellent point. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. I'm from Northern Ontario. It's called Martin Falls First Nation. And I've been chasing education for all my life. I think the problem here is the children have to have their Anishinaabe language in all the school areas, because that's who we are. We're called, sometimes we're called Ojibwe, but we really are Anishinaabe Nation. Last month I was here for the other presentation about the beginning of a kid's, young children life, about no, I forget what it was called, but I was here. And nothing was said about our language, our Anishinaabe. So I came again to listen. I'm listening to hear. I really am a first native language speaker. I was in a residential school for 6 years of my young life. Can I address this louder, or am I heard? Anishinaabe mun Ishnikadeninga Kagiduana Anishinaabe language. But the other people from the nations, they call us Ojibwe or Ojibwe. And I heard last time this man was talking Anishinaabe, he was Anishinaabe. And then the person there called him, let's hear about this Ojibwe man, you know, and he called them Ojibwe men. But Ojibwe is just a word, how we speak, connected to the way we make moccasins or something. So we are all Anishinaabe Nation here. I went to a presentation of Barbara Nolan yesterday, and she was speaking her Ojibwe language from where she's from. I understood everything, although I speak the Ojibwe Cree language, because my ancestor grandmother came from James Bay. So, so I wanted to just say what I think is the problem here is to bring the children, the beginners, and when they're small, speak language to them, because that's in our 4-year-olds. I asked them, "Who are you?" They do not know who they are, because we put them in. When the teachers come, they are English speaking, following federal. This is a federal school where we are. We're not funded by Ontario. I don't think so. We have a low funding from the federal government. Anybody can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I've been in the school system for most of my life. To have a little better education for my high school children when they reach it. We went to Hearst, Ontario, where they attended high school. And the thing that I saw there was they had a French school, that they thought the French people taught their children only in their language, and then English come after. Maybe that's what we should do here, is teach the children first in the beginning of their life, K to 3 years old, they should have a language, native language, Anishinaabe, in their school. Because this is an experience I had, and I'm still working on it. I was brought up Anishinaabe hunting grounds in the Adwabiska River near where the Ring of Fire that's so popular now. Everybody knows where there's a Ring of Fire, all the minerals are there or something. But that's where I'm from. That's our traditional territory. And when we were trappers there, bringing up my first children, they only spoke native language, and they learned about all the stuff we live from. I heard everything here. Everybody has to eat Anishinaabe food because it's making us sick. As people are getting diabetes because they eat so much processed food. Our children only, like right now, they put something in the microwave and that's it. And that makes them really, really not prepared for a long life. I'm 85 years old. I was born when the Germans were fighting the war. So, I'm speaking from experience. I'm not speaking from being educated so far as all these letters that these native persons in the front there, they said, I have this on my name, this and that, a bunch of letters. But I don't have anything, but I did teach 19 years for the 40 minutes and the 20 minutes for that they allowed for native language in our school. In 1970, the TV came and the teachers, we had no native teachers then. They all started teaching the same thing we had experienced in the residential school, was only English. I was sitting with a gentleman over there yesterday, and we talked about how we mentioned, not talk about it, we just mentioned how we learned the English language. I only spoke a couple of words when I went to residential school in English, and I was about 7 years old. And they gave me a book of Jill and Jack or something, and they had a dog named Spot, and I had to learn to read that without learning any ABC or anything. So that's what we were doing, and we're still doing that. I see what was put there has the children, native children are this low, this low, this low. The classes are low for native children. The non-native kids are high because that's their culture they're teaching. They're teaching the culture of the settlers. That's what we're still doing today. Where is our way to teach? The thing we should do is first teach our children how to count numbers, how to speak in their language till grade 3, and then if they want to go higher in the school, put them in what they like. Another thing I see now is happening, we have a crisis for drugs. And our children are being carried, young people are carrying their children, and they're taking drugs. And then another thing that's going to happen with these kids is they're not going to be the same as with somebody that's in take drugs. It's going to affect them. And then I go to all these workshops to find out what is anybody doing. Ontario Chief talked about what he is doing. He's interested in the school and the education of our children. I'm telling you because I know you got to teach the kids first who they are. Because my own daughter, and my other 3 children went as far as high university, and then they were speakers of the language first. They were on the land, and that's what They know who they were. And Hearst, my young daughter who went to high school there, she was the first native leader, Anishinaabe first, and their cheerleader. She made it because she grew up in the forest, and she went to university 1 year, but tragically she passed away in a car accident. She was going to do native studies. That's what we need our children to do. That's something I wanted to bring up is I'm a passion for keeping the language alive, and I really liked Barbara Nolan, how she is so good on what she does. We did, as guys do, we have a Baxter person that does amps, and we did in our language, we did an app, and you can pick it up in the YouTube and say Martin Falls language. So just a little bit I wanted to mention. Maybe it's not the right time to mention this, but that's what I came. I came for promote our language to stay alive, our Anishinaabe Moon. You know, we're a big Ontario people, and I understand when one time in our res where we live, a man came and tested everybody how far they understood. I understood way down in the Manitoulin Island language, and the Cree people, I understand them too. So it's very important to keep our language Anishinaabe Moon. You're all Anishinaabe here. Even some people who have a little bit of Anishinaabe blood, they want to be Anishinaabe. So be Anishinaabe and speak the language, Anishinaabe Moon. Miigwech.
Miigwech. I'll just briefly reflect on that comment, and thank you so much. There's so many ways I would like to comment on different things, but it did make me reflect when I saw some of those numbers, and schools that offer First Nation languages in high school, because how many of our kids are retaining it, and I was blessed actually. The teachers here today, Ms. Sandra Pelche, I stole her. She was a grade 1 teacher a long time. And I said, come up and teach high school. And we were offering grade 9, so the kids could get their language credit instead of French, and that'd be it. Maybe grade 10. And Sandra got them so fired up. We offered grade 9, 10, 11, 12. She had 15, 20 kids in grade 12. And it directly correlated. We had some of our highest graduation rates, like over 30 kids, 35 kids were graduating. But I think there's a direct correlation that they were taking senior level language classes. So again, miigwech.
Last comment from the floor. Okay, they said there'll be a follow-up, and then we have Bejik, last speaker, and then we'll go to break.
Quinn. Just knowing that, like there was a reflection of 30 years efforts to today, and you know, these numbers continue to reflect underfunding or resource people to help coordinate effective programming for our people, our young ones. And in 2016, the Ontario government introduced this whole idea of Treaties Recognition Week. And you know, we're always encouraged to talk about treaty partnerships. And the best way we can bring that forward as with non-Indigenous partners, that, you know, it's the whole idea of Turo Wampum and the Dishit One Spoon. And what I really want to reflect on today is Ontario School Mental Health, that organization where, you know, they recognize why all of these issues are happening. And I'm hoping that, you know, someday soon that we find these treaty partners to make this difference, because really this comes down to a human rights issue, and you know, where is that actually taking place? And we can't make the change on our own I think when it comes to community resources and the human resources that we need in the public system to First Nation system, is we need to mobilize that. But again, it's everybody feeling good at heart what these partnerships are, what they mean to our communities, what they mean to First Nations education and public education. It's just like we can't do it alone. We're going to have these numbers forever and ever if we don't create those partnerships. And the School Mental Health of Ontario is, my fear is that, you know, mental health issues are going to become legitimate reason to stay at home. And then again, we lose children. We'll lose children. They'll fall off the radar. They'll fall through the gaps even more so. But we got to be very strategic how we're keeping our kids in school. And that whole idea of self-identity and language is we got to start with them very young. And again, solutions-based. But who are the allies out there that are help making the difference too out there? I just want to mention that. Chimigwech.
No, very excellent comments. Thank you, Hazel.
I guess that's what we have for comments. So let's give a round of applause to our Chiefs of Ontario staff for the great presentation. There was a lot of passion, a lot of really great words. I'm going to stay down here. I don't want to walk up there just to walk up there and walk back down. So, but yeah, I really appreciate that. You know, and I'm thinking about, like, there's comments about the access that students have, like, and just from an experience, like, I operate 2 microfish hatcheries, and so I brought one into the classroom because, you know, they're meant for education purposes. And as soon as I brought it into the classroom, you know, students who never knew that, like, they were interested in the environment field, like, that's all of a sudden, that was their thing. And, like, you know, then after, when they graduated, they went to school for natural environment technician. And so having exposure to these things is super important. Folks that are familiar with the OFIA guidelines, if you want to bring kids on canoe trips, like, those guidelines are you know, requiring a lot of different certifications for good reasons, you know, like, you know, but I was working to bring students on a canoe trip to get them, you know, credits, and you need a lifeguard, you need your wilderness first responder, you need, like, Paddle Canada certifications, and those things are important, they're necessary because safety is very important, but where are you know, people going to be able to access those services out of pocket? I don't think that they should have to do that out of pocket. I think that, you know, they should be able to be funded in order to get those certifications to meet these AFIA guidelines so that we can continue to create those opportunities for our students, you know, for their benefits. So I just wanted to say that just in some reflection. So once again, I appreciate the presentation and that report, and it will be available as well. And so I will keep on saying, so you can scan your QR code. If you want an actual physical copy, my favorite lines, I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do. But yeah, now, so that brings us to our break, everybody. So we do have a wellness break. We're going to be jumping right into our breakout sessions. And so once again, I'm just going to run through them before we do our break. In the fireside room, there was a little bit of confusion yesterday. The fireside room is actually located, Besho, like right beside in the lobby, right beside the elevators, okay? So if you're looking for the fireside room, it's right beside the elevators in the lobby. Inside the fireside room, there is sharing the best practices for First Nation students in a provincial school. That's from Don Wemagwas, Jeanette Twelvonen, and Raymond Trudeau. Again, that's in the fireside room. In the Odin room is WASA Distance Education, Adult Education Program with Daryl Tinney. In the Icelandic room, we have Supporting Success for First Nation Students. That's from Raquel Lambert, Eva Daybuch, and Meredith Sewell in the Icelandic room. Faceless Dolls for teaching the spirit of the child. That's going to be hosted by Colleen Toulouse, and that's going to be in the Viking room. In the ballroom, Mumpi, in this room here, is advancing Indigenous higher education and training in Ontario through accreditation and credentials. So that'll be by Stephanie Roy and Sue Eken-Swiller. I got some fans over there. So again, that's what our breakout sessions are for, everybody. So if you want to know where they are again, you can scan your QR code. Those sessions will bring us to lunch. We'll have lunch here, and then we'll be back in here for 1 p.m. For our next keynote presentation. So everybody enjoy your sessions, and we'll see you back here after lunch. Bonjour, Kenawea. Hello, everybody. We're slowly getting back in, getting ready for our afternoon keynote. Hopefully everybody enjoyed lunch. I know a lot of potatoes. I know back home we eat a lot of potatoes growing up. Sometimes I feel like Forrest Gump, or like so many different ways to eat potatoes, French fries, mashed potatoes, baked potatoes, scalloped potatoes, potato skins. So hope everybody enjoyed your lunch there, your panique. But we're gonna get started very shortly. So just so folks know how the afternoon will go, we are gonna have our keynote presentation right up after very shortly. After our keynote presentation, we're gonna have a panel discussion. Our panel discussion is going to include, each of the panelists will have their own breakout session in the afternoon. So to close up our day, we're going to have another breakout session. And so each of the panelists, you'll get a little sneak peek about what they're presenting about. And if you wanted to learn more, you can head on over to their panel, to their workshops. So I'll be asking everybody if you can slowly, we'll bring it down. I want to bring everybody's attention back up to the front. We enjoyed all the visiting. I heard there's a lot of great networking. People saying, hey, I met all these real cool people doing all this really great work and making those good connections. I think that's really important, is making those connections, building those relationships and strengthening them. I think there's a lot of very important to emphasize the importance of relationships, of collaborating, of partnering, to maximize any resources that we may have. All the knowledge collectively that we all hold here is super important. So yeah. Just a real anti-laugh over in front of me. Okay, everybody. Well, I'm going to introduce our keynote presenter here. So I have the honor and the privilege to introduce Dr. Lorna Williams. Dr. Lorna Williams, whose name is Wanot Stat, is Liwat from Mount Currie, BC, and is an Indigenous scholar, a linguist, and renowned global expert in Indigenous language revitalization, knowledge, and education. A bridge builder and advocate, she has helped shape government and public policy, creating meaningful opportunities for Indigenous peoples. And so she will be presenting on We Cherish Speaking Our Languages, what Zuzamin te Kwalut in Kualakwa. All right, everybody. Let's give a warm welcome to our new keynote presenter, coming all the way from BC. Oh, wow. Jamie Gush for coming. We look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Kukstum gaf appa. Kukstum muskalap. Kika was appa kalatwi. Toch de amas ekalap jauna. Kan muhmin twala. Silko lit watula shwaash and shnuknuka. Silko تتميخشا إلى قوننا شواء تطلع آمش أقن الجاونة. Can you guys hear me? At the back? Yeah? Over there? Okay. Which zoominum Ti'inpalutin Skasla is the title of my talk. On your program, it says we cherish our languages. But it also, Zuminam, means we care for, or we protect and care for our languages. And that's the work that we do, whether it's right now, whether it's through education or the work that you each do in your families and in your communities. I want you to feel your strength that we continue despite everything that they've done to us. I want you to feel your strength and the strength of your ancestors. That our languages, even though for many they're struggling, they're still here. I want you to feel your strength in making sure that our connections to the land, to all that exists on the land, including us, will continue, can continue. I want you to feel your strength, that our knowledge continues in spite of all that education has done to destroy it, to make it invisible, to make it invalid. Our voices and the voices of the land, those are our languages. They're unique to the places where they were born, our languages. So kukstum hui, kalatnui. We are in the second year of the Decade of Indigenous Languages assigned by the United Nations, carried out by UNESCO. It was a real honor for me 2 years ago to lead the Canadian delegation into the launch of this decade in Paris. It meant a lot to me because with me were people from across the country. The Inuit, the Métis, and First Nations. It meant a lot to me because it was Canada, the Indigenous peoples of Canada, that made it happen. We've been working on different things across this country from the time of the coming of the colonizers. And we haven't let up. And that's because of your strength, your dedication, your resilience, and your stick-to-itiveness. And I just want to thank you for that. There are many languages, Indigenous languages, spoken on this planet. And I'm telling you I travel the world. I meet those people who speak the indigenous languages. And they take so much support and inspiration from the work of people on these lands. The colonizers silenced languages in their own countries. England did the same, did it. France did it. There are languages in France today that are in the indigenous languages of those lands, and they were silenced. Italy did the same. Greece did the same. India has done the same. China did the same. They chose a language and denied all the others, just as they did here. That's what they tried to do. They chose 2 languages, 2 colonizer languages, and said, those are the languages. No other language exists. They brought with them that idea. And so I want you to know that we are not alone in the work we do. There are people who are struggling everywhere. So it's important, really important, that you share the work you're doing to protect not just our languages, but our knowledges. Because housed in our languages is our wisdom and our knowledge. And so that's why the work you do with indigenous languages, with your language, is so important. It's important not just for us today, it's important for our children. So that's the legacy, of colonization. The legacy of colonization, then, was a disruption of intergenerational relationships. And this is important. When we talk about residential schools, and I really want to thank all of the people who sought to bring that story to life so that it isn't forgotten. I want to thank the 3 commissioners who traveled this country to listen to people's stories. And in those stories, you hear and you can feel the disruption of relationships, the relationships between children and their parents, between children and their aunties and uncles, who in our world are extremely important teachers, the disruption between the children and their grandparents, great-grandparents, and the wisdom keepers of their communities. When you think about our education, how we learned, how we come to learn and to teach, they're very, very connected to our worldview, to our relationships, to our ways of knowing, to our relationships to the land, the animals, the water, the air, our relationships with our ancestors. That's what learning and teaching in our world are about. And that was what was disrupted with the removal of children. So it was intentional. It was intentional for the colonizers to do this. Because to break a people, you keep them from knowing. We heard earlier today lots of statistics, and yesterday lots of data. You saw lots of graphs about gaps. That our people, that our children continue to not do well in school. If you explore that data a little further, and I encourage you to do this, when you look at the places where our children are thriving, when our children are graduating, when our children are learning, when you examine those places where they're successful, what you'll find is they have teachers who care for them. What you'll find is that they're in places where they're encouraged to bring their knowledge home, to bring their knowledge with them. They're in places where somebody is describing a whole world to them, because the English and the French worlds are different worlds. And somebody has to explain it to our children. And that's the role of education. So when I looked at the data in British Columbia and saw where, for example, where children were succeeding in math, in science, and in English, we could track it to the ways that teachers were doing their job. Our children want to learn, just as each of you in this room has loved learning, has sought learning, and you've wanted to learn, to be able to do the work you do. Our children are no different. So it's important to not use that data to affirm our failure as learners. Dig deeper. Tell the real story of the education system that produces it. The places on this planet where people still find strength are those places that carry on and continue the ceremonies. Our ceremonies, too, they've attempted to silence and to break and to devalue. But we've maintained them. because they're important to us and they're what gives us strength. So our relationships, our connections to the world of the Spirit, the world of our ancestors, that keeps us going. And it helps us to know that every action we take will be felt by those yet to come. Every action we take today, your being at this gathering, learning together, sharing together, and taking home what you need will affect the people who are yet to come. In our traditions, that has always been a known fact. I just want you to remember it, because everything in these colonized worlds want us to forget that. It's important, and I see this across the country, that our people use their knowledge, use their ancestral knowledge to try to continue to affect and protect the wellness, the well-being of our lands and everything that lives on them. That's our job as humans. We depend on everything that's on this land. We know that. And that's why it's always been built into our ways that we protect the land, the water, the air, the plants, all the animals. And we protect that relationship through our stories, through our songs, through our ceremonies, through lifting our hands in gratitude. Our sense of sovereignty and governance also has been affected. I want you to think about this, because in our governance, traditional governance, and in our sense of sovereignty, it was always for everyone. And one of the things that has happened, and education has contributed to a lot of this, is that our people, there are so many ways in which our people have become disconnected from their homelands, from their families, from their communities. As I said, it was education, the removal of children. It was for health, because for a long time, our people couldn't go just to a health care giver. There were none, as they silenced our way of health giving, our traditions of caring for our health. Our children, our people were removed to hospitals that were designated only for us. Many people went and never left, never came home. And then children, as the residential schools began to be closed, they found another way to remove our children. And this time it was through social services, fostering and adoptions. There are people all over this North America who've been trying to come back home, trying to find their way back home. There are people who were sent to Europe, and they're trying to find their way home. There were people who were sent to Asia, and they're trying to come back home. Law separated our people. Many of our people have ended up in jail, really with no protection. So in every way possible, our people have been displaced, dislocated, relocated. Communities in this, First Nations communities in this country were relocated to other places. When you think about our traditions, how we lived on the land, because we have always known that humans are hard on the earth. We take, even when we think we're not. And so we needed land to be left alone. And so we moved on the land in that way. There were times when people who used this part of the land knew that they had to leave that land so that the land could heal itself, and all that live on that land could heal themselves. But then they made us live in villages. And I know that there are people in this room who remember that transition, that shift in the way that they are made to live. So living in a stationary place is new for us. Living in just a birth family is new to us. Because in our traditional way, our people lived across generations. And that's important for learning. That's important for knowledge. So we've lived through, and we continue to live, in ideologies of contempt. In order to separate us by our choice, supposedly, from our languages, our ways of knowing, our knowledge systems, we were made to hold those languages and those knowledge systems in contempt. That was evident in movies, in comic books, in the words that are used to describe us. Another is social Darwinianism, the survival of the fittest. It was promoted it was promoted that the indigenous knowledge, indigenous languages were not fit and so couldn't survive. And so they talk about us in that way. So they say that English, in this country anyway, and French are the ones that are fit to survive. So they're promoted, they're held up. So we face these in every day and every part of our lives. And those are what we experience in places called school. When you hear and when you read the way that we're talked about in social studies, the denial of our knowledge in science, that's part of this, the promotion of these ideas. And that's what we need to be able to change and to counter. The way that language is taught oftentimes in schools is that they're a tool for expression, for communication. And it's really important to realize the way that people think about language in the colonial world, in the English world and the French world that has put those languages up on top. Those languages have been evolving, have been developing in their own homelands and around the world in the places that they colonized. And so, in school then, language can be studied. But that's no way for our languages to be treated. The work that we're doing to recover, to reclaim, to revitalize, to maintain our languages need a very, very different thought process. And so we have to fight against that way of thinking. And we have to, and because that's the way that it's learned and treated in grade school, in high school, and at university. We have to rebuild our languages, the everyday use of our language, its development as a language. When I think about, and I want you to think about, the times that you've spent in your community listening to the stories, listening to the jokes that people make, the funny stories, the sad stories, the teaching stories, how rich those are. And I know that you in this room will have remembered those times. the creative uses of our languages. I remember, for example, my older brother. Because in BC we have many languages, we have many variations of those languages, many dialects. So my mom, our mom, came from one language dialect of our language, the northern part of our nation. Our father came from another. One of our uncles, who was like our grandfather, came from yet another. And my brother could tell a story using every one of the dialects, going from dialect to dialect to dialect, effortlessly, and just in such a wise way to use it so that it was funny, and everybody would be cracked up. It's important for us to remember that there was a time not too long ago when we knew and could use every variation of our language. Every variation of our language. So we were able to cope with the plurality of languages because we learned the other languages around us so that we could communicate when we traveled to those places and when those people came to our homelands. It was comfortable for us. But somehow we were made to think that we have to have only one. So standardization was also something that was brought by the colonizer. And that's one of the ways they made their language strong. They said, this is the standard, nothing else exists. You have to change everything to make it fit. And that's how they've promoted it. Writing systems require standardization. And I'm telling you, if you look at the history of English, it has taken a long time to develop what is now their standard. It took a long time to decide and to agree on certain rules of the way that sounds are made and the way that symbols represent those sounds. It's taken hundreds of years, and it hasn't been easy. It's important for us to remember then that our dialect differences, our variations, are extremely important. So don't let the pressures for standardization stop the work on your languages. You have to resolve those issues of variability. I think I covered a lot of this one already, so I'm going to, there's a couple of things that I wanted though. It's really important for us to remember and to think about what the education system in all its forms, the residential schools, the grade schools, public schools, Christian schools, independent. What have we learned? In all of those places, many of us learned shame, and we've learned to be silenced. We learned that when we enter a classroom, we leave our knowledge, our traditions at the door. So we leave our strength. It's important for us to realize and to talk about this and to turn it around. Because when we can turn it around for our children, and they can bring the strength of their knowing with them, we know that they cannot be silenced. It's important that in the education system and the institutions that have been formed, they're formed in silos. There's this part, and then there's this part, there's this part, there's this part, and there's nothing in between, which is different from our world where everything is connected. Everything is related. You make a change over here, it's going to affect a change over there. We need to bring that understanding back into the learning systems of our children. Because one of the things that is really, really challenging for our children is to learn in a fragmented, siloed way. When they grow up and they live in a connected world, it's important that we help and to create the learning environments where they can contend with both. So as I said earlier, our languages are born on the land. Our languages are our identity. And our languages contain the wisdom of our people and of the land. It's sad, but in many of our communities, and I know that this isn't for all the communities, but generally today, about 95% of the people no longer speak their language. That just hits you in the stomach to realize that. It also, what I've learned and experienced, is that there are many people who grew up with a language but hesitate to speak it. We've had to create programs for those speakers that we call silent speakers. They're people who heard language as children, might have used their language as children, but because of their school experiences, they left it. I've watched when people have reconnected with their languages. And we have to work on this in our communities. It doesn't just happen. It has to be something that we do that makes it happen, that help people to reconnect with their language. When I first began language work more than 50 years ago, one of the things that I heard in British Columbia it was said that there were 4 languages that were extinct, that were no longer spoken. 4. And I remember hearing that and feeling the pain in my body and in my heart that those languages were gone. Well, let me tell you, 2 years ago, we had a ceremony for one of those languages. We shifted it from described as an extinct language to a living language. And how did that come to be? It came to be because there were 2 people in that community, that language community, who came forward and said that they'd heard and used that language as children. They were elderly. There was a group of young people in the community who took a revitalization degree program, and they learned about revitalizing languages. And young people, thank goodness, have energy, have courage, and resolve. And that's what these young people had. They had leadership, chiefs, hereditary chiefs, who were committed and were ready to support them and to lead the community. And then they developed partnerships with an organization that supported Indigenous language revitalization and recovery, a provincial organization called First Peoples Cultural Council. And they developed and fostered a relationship with people at a university. And lo and behold, in the basement of the linguistics department was found boxes of data from that language. And so a linguist in that department dusted off those boxes and helped the people to make sense of them and to make use of them. I share this story with you because you never know where you're going to find strength. But if you're ready and willing to listen and willing to act, let me tell you, what you need comes forward. Ceremonies, asking, putting out there into the universe and to our ancestors to ask for help is also important. So that community, I'm telling you, that celebration was so moving. And it's important for us to share those moments, those times of strength and resilience and resolve. So it's our values and our beliefs that are precious and that we find in our languages. It's also remember, because our languages are unique to our lands, they are spoken nowhere else on the planet. nowhere else on the planet. And so your commitment for your language, for each of your languages, each variation of your language is extremely, extremely precious. Just a minute, I did something here. Yeah. Okay. Language journey in one lifetime. I kind of touched on this, but I want to review it again. In my lifetime, and I know that many of you in this room can say the same, your language. So when I began, I spoke life. I spoke only my language, Lilwet. And all the learning was oral. It was stories, the teaching stories, our spectacle, our sharing stories, our songs. Songs are extremely important. For example, the first colonizers that came into our valley were Spanish. And there was a song by one of our leaders. He was out hunting, and he fell asleep by a stream. And the stream began to tell him that these beings were coming. It was hard to say what they were because they had hair all over their bodies. So this was very strange. They said they would be coming and they would be riding what looked like deer, but they didn't have horns. And then he came home and he told the people, and he sang a song that we continue to sing today about this story. And then, not too long after that, the Spanish came into our homeland. And they came on horses. And yes, they had hair all over their bodies. My mom and Rosie used to do this song and dance that we loved, I remember, all my life. But it wasn't until later, I was older, before I asked what the story was. We just loved the story and this dance. And there they were, in the hair like this, and one of them had a whip, and the other one was struggling. Well, that story came from that time. What happened is they came into our valleys, and then they left on their horses. And not too long after that, one of them was found. And he had gone a little bit crazy because his entire team had died. And so he was out in this place that he didn't know. He didn't know where he was going or what he was going to do, by himself. And so you know what? That can happen to people. And so that's what this song and dance was about. That our people still sing and dance today. There are so many aspects of our history, our ways of knowing, that are found in our songs and in our dances. So it's important for us to remember that that was a big part of our memory system. Our way of remembering was through stories, through songs, through dances, through the drawings we made on rocks, through the crests that we made on logs, and on our baskets. And that we used all kinds of ways to help us to remember. So this world of oracy is a very special and different world. And then I was part of the team in the 70s when we started our school. I was part of the team that developed our writing system. You know, not many people can say that. I know that there are many people in this room who can. We developed our orthographies, our writing systems. We had to figure things out, sort things out. But we did it. And to shift a language from oracy to literacy changes a language. It changes the relationship with a language. And so there are many indigenous people on this planet who don't want that shift. But it's something that we've done. And our children, the younger people, depend on using reading and writing to help them to remember, to help them to learn. So that's something that we did. Then technology came. I remember when we started using typewriters, and there were letters on those typewriters that didn't fit our symbol system. And what did we do? We sawed off the letters and we added ours. And so we were able to do that. We couldn't do it on certain typewriters, but we could on the Selectric IBM typewriter. So our people have been very resourceful in figuring things out, in adapting, and to the use of technology. And then computers came. And when computers came, we couldn't saw off the letters. And the companies that created the programs for those, what languages did they speak and promote? English, French, Spanish, and a few others. So, a few years ago, First Peoples Cultural Council developed a keyboard for every language in Canada, for every Indigenous language, including syllabics, and for all the languages in the United States who wanted them, because there were still, remember I was telling you, there were some who don't want their languages to be written. That needs to be respected. For every language in Australia and New Zealand, So one little organization could do that. And so young people could download that keyboard and they could communicate with one another. Well, finally, in this last week, Google has finally, and we met with them 20 years ago, that they finally were able to translate Inuktitut, to make it possible. So the work in all of these ways is done by our people. I saw a statistic not too long ago that was a little bit startling, but really shows what I've shared with you today. And that is that 53% of the language used in computers is English. This is around the world. So you can see how we continue to be colonized and who colonizes us. I'm going next week to a meeting in New York on artificial intelligence, because that's the new thing. That's the new thing that we need to be able to address, to figure out, and to protect our knowledge systems and our languages. I think I must be almost out of time. I don't know where he is. I'll just keep on then. Oops. So it's really important to reconnect our languages to all areas of the community. And I know that you're at an education and a language conference. I know that the AFN has focused language learning in education. I want you to know that in order for us to revitalize, to maintain, to reclaim our languages, they need to be in every part of our communities. What I've seen when we focused only on school learning for language, and when we've only focused on children, when the kids go home, who do they have to talk to? Nobody. Nobody. And so it's important that language learning takes place in every part of the community and the family. It's important for reconnecting the generations. Don't isolate programs, language learning in programs. It's important to bring it to where people live. Schools, yes, can be important institutions and places of learning, but they're not the only places. It's important that we connect men and women and children. So learn the language on the land, and I heard many examples of this in these presentations. Practice the language on the land and support our continued attachment to the land. Learn by doing. I did something here. Okay. I can't see very well, so. So uhualmiuch, nurturing the well-being of individuals and communities. It's really important that our languages, uhualmiuch in my language, is the use of language. It's really important. Our languages are important for reclaiming history, all of our histories. It's important for our knowledge, for our wisdoms, as I said, our value system. And one of the things, and this is really important, to realize that housed in each of the languages, housed in English and in French, is the value system of those people. The way that they order life, the way that they value life, the way that they promote life. Okay? All that is housed in our languages, and it's important to remember that. And that in our languages, we find the principles of good living, of how we can live together and promote the beauty of our languages, of our world, and of our families and our community. It's really important that that continues. And so, I want you to remember that in order for us to do this language work, we also need to build supportive communities, communities of helping each other, communities of partnering, communities of searching and reaching out to others for help and support, for sharing, like we've always shared. One of the things that I've seen and witnessed and felt is how anger can come out in our communities, in some of our people. And yes, it's important for us to remember that they've probably never had an opportunity in the past to express their hurt at what has happened with their languages. And so it comes out, but it's important for us to help each other to go beyond that and to know that that we live in times that are complicated. As I shared with you, where there are so many things that we have to contend with within ourselves, within our families, within our communities, within our nations, and the relationships that we have with the nations around us. So relationship care is extremely important, and that we do this together by meeting together the way that you have, by sharing, by developing your ceremonies, carrying them out, listening to one another, being thankful, being humble, and giving our languages and each other the space and the time that is needed. So build nurturing partnerships, nurturing communities for the work of language wherever it is, whether it's in a school, building, on the land, in a community event. It's important. And that it's done with compassion, with kindness, helping, this idea of helping, which has always been a big part of who we are. Giving and caring for one another, and with sincerity. So, what is needed? I forgot I added this. Yeah, 5 minutes. I'm sorry, I have to go first. I added this the other night. So I talked about partnerships that this organization, the COO, and similar to others across the country, it's important that they form and establish relationships and partnerships between all the different levels of life. So from within our communities, but they need to form partnerships with government, with institutions. For example, right now, nowhere can a language teacher be accredited and certified based on the study of their language. Based on the study of their language. In order to get a teaching credential, you still have to study in English or French. That needs to change. And people who are working on the languages in our communities, people who are working on our languages in the higher institutions, need the support of leadership to make that significant change. Because right now, I know in British Columbia, many of our language teachers, and we rely on them, are the fluent speakers of their language. We rely on them. They do the work with no preparation of the school system, generally, and they get paid the least. That's not right. That's not fair. And that needs to change. And this is available. You can have it. So thank you very much. I'm sorry I went over time.
Did we have any comments from the floor? All right. Well, Chimigwech from coming all the way from BC, the other side of Turtle Island, to come to share your wisdom and your knowledge and all the important work that you're doing. And it certainly is inspiration, and it's a great way to kick off this afternoon. And the focus of this next little bit of our forum is going to be language. So we appreciate having you come all this way to share your time and your knowledge. And so one more time, we'll get another round of applause. Oh, that was a great presentation from Dr. Lorna Williams. Touched on the legacy of colonialism and there's a few things that I really liked. And it's a good reminder for myself, too. Because there's a mention of, as we do this language reclamation, this language revitalization work, is that we can call upon our ancestors to help to guide us, to help support us. And often as language learners, it's something, I often forget when I'm having a hard time and, I'm struggling a little bit, and who do I reach out to? I'm often, reminded when I hear this is we have that sema, that tobacco that we can offer. And as is mentioned by Don Jones earlier, he said, again, jabagwese, that's the goldfinch, the carrier of our language. And so there's times when we can offer that tobacco and look to our ancestors, those that came before us for support, for strength, for guidance even. So it was a really good words there. And also, this work is going to take the community. It's like community to raise a child, but it'll take a community to bring back our languages as well. So it's a really good reminder that this is community building. When we do this work, it's nation building, it's nationhood. So it was really good, and I really appreciate you coming all the way from British Columbia, from your beautiful territory. Miigwech. Okay, so I have a little door prize I'm going to do before we get into the panel. So we are going to have a panel coming up. So maybe if folks can come on up and maybe we can set up the panel, the spot here. I don't think that the panelists would like this little podium in the way. So looking to the technical staff out there, the Chiefs of Ontario, whether it's the people, we're going to need to move some of this stuff here in anticipation for the panel. Look at that, looking good. There is a one booth that's out there, and they got the creative art. They got some beautiful things, and they had a door prize for those who didn't know. So you got to stop by, people running to go put their name in. I got the tickets up here. So they're giving away 4 of their paint, their beautiful paint art gifts that they have. And so I'm going to draw 4 names. So fortunately, you don't have to be here, but it looks like we got a full house here. So as we're getting set up, do I draw it? I'll draw it. I'm not looking, I'm not peeking, don't worry. I don't have any cousins in the crowd that I know of. Probably find one anyways. So the first one is Eileen Wabano. Eileen Wabano, hey! Eileen Wabano, is Eileen Wabano out there? Yeah, all right, you are a winner. You can make your way out to the back and you can collect your prize. The next winner that we have is Roseanne Ojiba. Roseanne Ojiba, you are a winner of a paint kit. Congratulations. You can go on out and collect your prize. So there is phone numbers out here, so if they're not here, you will be getting a phone call. Gyabanish, we got 2 more. Danielle Montgomery. Danielle Montgomery. Oh, congratulations. You are a winner. All right. Woo. All right. I don't have them up here. So they are, you can go collect your prize out at the Creative Art booth that's out in the foyer. The last one that we have here is by Don Big George. Don Big George. Don Big George, you are a winner. Congratulations. All right, so you can go collect your names. So those that have been drawn, you can go collect, and I appreciate the booth in the back for donating these prizes. They're really great, and they're really great resources that you can use in your classroom as well, so something to look on and reflect. So, Jimmy Gwetch. All right. Okay, so it looks like we are all set up and we are ready for the panel. So individually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call up each of the panelists. I want to give read the bio, and do a nice introduction for all of our panelists individually. So first up, what we have Karen Sandy from the Six Nations Language Commission. Karen Sandy, Wolf Clan, Cayuga Nation, is the coordinator for the Six Nations Language Commission since April 2013. Karen is responsible for the day-to-day functions of the head office while overseeing the financial needs of the existing language programs and ensuring compliance to funders. Karen is responsible for achieving the intended outcomes and the identification of resource needs and potential partnerships and funding collaborators. Karen has worked in all management capacity for over 30 years in the First Nation, urban and on-reserve communities, as well as the private sector, both on and off reserve. She has practical financial and project management experience and sales and customer service experience, which are vital in the non-profit fundraising sector. She was the vice chair of Dwa de Washta Gayo Gahono Cayuga Adult Language Program, as well as a coach for the Six Nations minor baseball team. Karen is an advocate for Indigenous rights and is also the trustee for the Grand Erie District School Board and alternate director for the Indigenous Trustees Council of Ontario. So these platforms help to raise the language profile in mainstream and to help educate and engage our neighbors. So currently, she's the Indigenous Education Advisory Committee through the Grand Erie District School Board. Karen graduated from Queen's University with a master's degree in public administration. She has a bachelor's of arts degree from Ryerson in public administration and has also studied socio-cultural anthropology at McMaster and event planning from Mohawk College. Let's have a good warm welcome, round of applause. Good work, looking forward to hearing this panelist. So next up, we have Alice King from the Akwesasne Mohawk Board of Education. Alice King is the Akwesasne Mohawk Board Education Superintendent, Mohawk language and culture, Bear Clan of Akwesasne, and she is a Mohawk speaker. She has been employed by the Ambe for approximately 30 years in different capacities, from classroom teacher, early years facilitator, Head Start supervisor, as well as school principal. In the present role of superintendent of the Mohawk language and culture, responsibilities include overseeing development of curriculum, implementation of curriculum, coaching of teachers, and working closely with consulting involving the neuro-linguistic approach to teaching a second language. Wow, that is great. Let's have another round of applause, everybody. Welcome, Alice. Happy for you to join us. Next up, we're going to be calling upon Sandra Peltre, Weequem Kong. There we go. Where's Sandra? Weequem Kong. Sandra Wasco Nungo Kwe is from Weequem Kong unceded territory on Menado Menasing, where she resides. She is a Deer Clan with the Odawa language being her first language gifted by her parents. Sandra has taught in the educational field for many years as a teacher since 1986. She was with the Rainbow District School Board from 1995 to 2009, teaching in various capacities, and has always loved teaching her language. She has been a classroom teacher in Weequem Kong, her home community, and now presently leads the Weequem Kong Anishinaabe Kinomage Win, a program created that is creating Anishinaabe resources specific to the local language spoken in Weequem Kong. So she currently sits as the Anishinaabe TEG Board of Directors, which their conference is happening in March 27th. March 27th to the 29th of next year. So it's a nonprofit group dedicated to language preservation, maintenance, and survival. She has always believed that our First Nation languages are the foundation of who we are as Anishinaabe peoples. Sandra is very committed in supporting others in their efforts to reinvigorating our languages in their schools and communities. Join me in welcoming Sandra.
I'm glad you said Weequem Kong.
Wikwem Kong, yeah. She told me that's how it's supposed to be said. It's good. Miigwech for that. And it's important to be corrected too, you know. I really appreciate that. So next up, last but not least, I'm calling up Nelson Makoop from the Shibogama Language Resource Development Project. Nelson is from Bearskin Lake First Nation. He has been working in the education field for over 20 years. He has been a teacher and a principal of various northern schools and in BC. Over the years, he has learned about language decline and how fast it was going down. Recently, he has began working with language teachers from the Shibogama schools and communities and is working on programs and curriculum to address oral fluency acquisition, ensuring that we do not lose our languages. He hopes to continue with this language rejuvenation to keep our languages for our future generations. Miigwech Nelson, let's give him a round of applause and a warm welcome. We got some fans out there. Awesome. So each of you do have, there are the questions in front of you that, and I believe you did have them in advance. So this is a great panel that I will be helping to moderate. And so I'll start with the first list of questions. So in no particular order, you will be invited to answer these questions. And we'll start off with number 1. So, First Nations Language Resource Panel discussion. Number 1, adequate funding for language revitalization has been identified as a barrier to many First Nation communities. How are you addressing funding challenges to deliver your language programs? What supports or resources are required to ensure language revitalization and preservation? So I'm looking over to the panel. Is anybody else would like to take a first shot on answering this question?
Scana Suguego. Gokyo in the gas on go home neha. Gaya Kono, New York Jot down, or Tahioni, New York Shout down. Yeah, so we have, I guess, basically multiple funding sources that we have to seek after to get our programs going. I mean, we just don't have one single individual or organization that helps us in this capacity. So we continually, year after year, depend on a lot of different organizations in our community. One of them is Six Nations Development, or Six Nations Economic Development Trust. Another one is Six Nations Community Development Trust. And also Six Nations Elected Council, along with our Haudenosaunee Chiefs Confederacy Council. We depend on funding from Grand River Enterprises. That's a new one, GRE. We have individual donors that help us. We've got a school, a Catholic school in Cambridge. They continually help us year after year. It's like a few $100s here and there. And there's individual folks like, there's a church in Hamilton, I forget what it's called, but they help us every year too. And I think it's up in the thousands that they contribute to us now. Grand River Employment and Training. We have different cost shares, like say with Six Nations Polytechnic or the Woodland Cultural Center. We look towards mainstream organizations too, like Ontario Trillium Foundation, the National Indian Brotherhood. We've used them. There's the ILC component, or the IL Indigenous Languages component. TIDES, which is like a social change sort of organization. We've used them too. It's like a philanthropy place. And as well as universities like McMaster University, they have a SSHRC agreement that we work, one of our programs works with them. And Brock University, they do a yearly donation. So it's like, that part is like, we just depend on a lot of folks to help us with the funding. Like we're always at a shortage of teachers. That's one of the biggest challenges that we have. In addition to the fact that at Six Nations, we're unique because we have 6 languages, so it's unique and challenging at the same time. Let's see, but I think what we really need to do, though, to combat all this is to put pressure on the federal government, because, I mean, they're the ones in the first place that took our languages away, and I think they should be responsible for returning our languages to a point where they're no longer considered critically endangered. So that's really something that we are trying to get all our ducks in order, like our research papers together, and just, you know, pin it to them, because we got to do that. They're the ones, you know, put us in this place in the first place. And like I said, and it should be at a level where we'll be no longer considered critically endangered anymore. And that's the reality where we're all facing right now. So, okay, that's it for me.
Zagozawaguago. So the way we do things in Akwesasne is that how we address some of the inadequacies of funding is, so the funding that we get from the ISC, we agreed that that money is going to go to our Mohawk Language and Culture Department that will pay for the staffing, any equipment that we need to run our program, and any program development that we provide for all the schools. So anything extra that we would like to incorporate into any of the curriculum that we write, we do apply for any grants that become available. And we do write a lot, and there are a lot that we don't get as well. But for some of the successful applications that we do get, we're able to provide some activities or events that's going to supplement the classroom teacher and what she's teaching in a classroom. Like, for example, if the teacher is teaching the protocols and announcements of a social, we're able to use that funding to purchase or to buy food for a social refreshment. So there's times when we invite parents to come, and it also helps to pay for the singers who come and help with the songs for the social. We're able to use the funding as the actual funding, I should say, is to hire retired language speakers, and they come in to support any cultural event that's happening. It's not like they're up there teaching a lesson, but any language that's spoken, they're going to provide extra support in that area. And with that, usually proposals, we're not allowed to hire staff. It's not for salaries, so we use that for some honorariums. We also are able to provide some extracurricular activities. For example, we hired a young lady from the community. She's well known for powwow dancing and some hoop dancing. So we hire her, and she goes into the school and teaches the students, and she'll be doing that for almost a whole year. And then in the end, I guess the expectation is that the students will do a final presentation. And again, with that, it helps to pay for any of the regalia they might need for their final presentation. The other thing we did was we formed partnerships within our community. The Mohawk Council of Akwesasne has only recently developed or have a new program with land-based learning. So we usually access them with any of the knowledge that they have that they can provide our students on land-based learning. And they will have to come to our schools because we don't have that advantage of going out onto the river or into the bush, so they bring what they know into the schoolyard. Child and Family Service support services, we have them come in and they help us. Maybe they'll pay for an event or part of an event. Sometimes they will purchase materials like t-shirts for Orange Shirt Day. And the last one that I want to bring up was the Native North American Traveling College. It's like a museum where students or people can go there to see displays of Native art, baskets, and maybe hear some storytelling happening there. Or they can go into the schools and do presentations on wampums. And last but not least is our Mohawk Language and Culture Department, which we are very fortunate to be able to have. We provide all the resources and materials for the schools. We write programs in literacy, social studies, which we are going to be calling our cultural studies, and then we're going to eventually call it Jinigwali Hodons. And science, of course, is another one that we're working on, and all of these programs, they are all scripted for the teacher to use when they're teaching the students. There's also the development of the early years learning kits and books, and that is for the students in K3, which is Head Start up to grade 1. And one other thing that, another resource that we're able to provide is support for the teachers for any kind of training that they will need.
Honey, when I work for my language, I can't speak so much for the money part. I'm an educator for my language. I am a voice for my language because somehow, for so many years, I've been sitting and working for my language since 1986. And still, for my friends where I'm a loser because nobody's coming behind me to support me as much as they should be, okay? So I need to say that because she said, tell a joke over there. But anyways, when I got into my program, when the director of operations asked me, Sandra, can you go down the hill, be program manager? Yes, I was scared. What are you sending me? Where are you sending me again, Ginana? I said, we want you to run the program, help with 4 schools in Rukumakang, And then when I got there, then I looked around my classroom, or office classroom, and I threw the couch out, I threw the recliner out because I was there to work. Then I rearranged my staff to make sure they were situated in a way that they collaborated. They didn't like it at first, but and at nighttime, they switched their chairs back. And the more I come back, I switched them again. Because Nishnave is a sharing person. They talk to each other, they share things. But I don't have to chew money to speak my language. So that's not my department. That's my department, and that's where my love of learning and teaching comes from. But anyway, with being in a position like that, I took a self-challenge. Away from teaching, I needed some stuff, some things, equipment for my classroom office. And what I did was I applied for Ontario Arts Council funds. I've never done it before, but I had a little guy backing me. I was asking him questions. And my little guy, he said, try it, issue, but I did it. So I was able to get things for my classroom office, for my staff, and for myself to go ahead. Because like I said, I'm not a money person. I don't like to use it. I lose money, okay? But I use it in my program dollars. And there's people behind me that are the ones that are using money to get things. And then that's what I did. And then also, when I am a voice for my language, I am a voice for my elders. In my program, when I got in there, my elders were making $20 an hour. That didn't go for me. That didn't fly. I went to the administration, giving more zambangiwe, too little. They have lots. So at that time, to my leadership in the administration office, they came to see us in action. When you have lots of question abilities, you have to ask the who, what, where, why, whatever. And I've been doing it ever since. Now I had to teach my elders why I do that also. They'd give me a word. Then I'd ask them, how do I use that? Now they know what I'm going to be doing with it. And it comes automatic to them, okay, to get our answers. But money is not a big thing for me. And like I said, we did the funding. I got the funding. For first phase, I got 60,000. Second phase, I got another 60,000 to do something with my language programming. And it has worked. It's pushed me higher a little bit more because in anything, we need our chiefs, our leaders, our DAFN to be behind us to give money and to place an importance themselves to our language, to our being, because that's what we're fighting for our being, our heart. So if you don't have that when you're teaching, if you're just looking for money, it's not going to work. And you have to work for that child all the time. If that child is not there, then you don't have your food yourself. You have to look at that child. So the money thing is not a good thing for me. And every time my former boss, and you see him lots of times here, my former boss came in, and he'd say to me, Sandra, I only have a couple of minutes. I'd say, Machan, what been? So I'd tell him, this is what I need, blah, 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 whatever. So you need an active listener, a good support to advance your discussions of what you need in your programming. So you need all that, those items. And sometimes, looking back, since he's left me, and I'm going to say he's left me, now when I say something, sometimes you get something, sometimes you don't. And that doesn't fly with me again. So now I have more. I have a little daughter-in-law that has gone to become systems principal. Now I'm starting to grab at her now, because you have to work behind people. And the other thing is when you're voice for your language, there's one thing why I love teaching my languages. I was told one time, Sandra, what are you going to leave behind when you go home? And I thought about it for a long time. And I worked through my kids. When I was teaching high school, I got them to make their very, very own little dictionary where there's no pictures. Because the picture tells 1,000, or the meaning of the word, it's 1,000 stories. So I got the kids to do it because when a kid makes something, a child, you're going to open it up many times. When an adult makes it, you're going to put it on the shelf. Nick, that's enough of putting us on the shelf. It doesn't fly with me again. So I have to be a voice, and you also have to be a voice for your staff. You have to be a good person for your staff. You have to lead them on, and every year we have to apply for your training dollars. Finally, I'd sit my former boss down again. Majan, we can't do this no more. Now all my staff is core funded, which I'm happy for. And then now, since he's left, now I have to fight for more things. But for so many years, people haven't been listening. And I'm not going to be here 10 years' time. So I'm not going to talk about the money so much because that has been in place for so many years, ever since I started in 1986. I think it's time our leaders if you are sitting here and if you are a chief, Gima Conning Nemdovich, sitting on council, you need to step up. You need to step up for that child because that child is important. Miigwech.
Well, Chair, when you talk about funding language initiatives, it's very hard to get the funding from the government from Ontario. But we kind of use the education dollars that we get from the organization. I work for Chibougamau Tribal Council as an education director. I oversee all education programs, and at the same time, I'm the language coordinator. And lately, I've just been by myself, but I did, what we did was establish a language production unit. What you guys saw out there, some of our resources that Klaus, that young gentleman by that Chibougamau table, is my graphic designer. And he's really picked up his typing of syllabics. I'm amazed at what he can do. And so our resource development is getting bigger and bigger every year. I'm working with 4 communities, the Chibougamau communities, and what they gave us, what they want done, is what we have put out there. That's only a little bit of samples that we brought over. But I've been asked so many times of how did we establish the printing and language production unit? And I just tell them, just do it. You can't, there's no magic way of doing stuff, but you just need to do it. And then, work on it as you move along. So most of our resources that are required for that to be successful in developing or having a language acquisition program, we kind of put it in a way that we know that kids coming into kindergarten need that oral language acquisition. And we know that kids that are in high school that need that language, there's different ways of dealing with how they can learn the language. But the most important thing for us is that we need to help them understand how important language is for our identities, our culture, our land, and our community, and our community members. They need to hear language all the time in order to appreciate it and to use it. That's where we've been struggling with the First Nation communities, that there's no really support up there that can ensure kids are going to learn the language. And that's why I thought about this, how can we preserve the language? How can we make the language more important? And that's the reason why we established that the language production unit. We print our own books, we print our own resources, everything we do ourselves, just to help support our teachers. And there's no, I don't see another way of working with the language right now. It's just a matter of making the communities understand how they can support that unit, that production unit. What I do is I go to the communities where I meet with the teachers here, the language teachers, and then I ask them to have a meeting like this, and I give them a piece of paper. Can you guys write one story? And then I collect all the stories. Imagine how many stories I have. It becomes a book of stories in the language. And that's how we started off, and then we started utilizing the local artists in Solocaut to illustrate our books. And then we use our language teachers to write stories for each book. But sometimes we run into the dialect. There's a little bit of difference between one in Casablanca or Wabika or Kingfisher. So, but we work it out. We ensure that we send the books to each community to make sure they have their own dialects. So that way, once they're printed out, then we ship out, say, 30 books per class, something like that. It helps teachers to have the language resources already made, which they helped make. So that's what we have been doing. But with the funding challenge, funding is always a critical issue too, because I have to work with I have my own building up in Solocaut, language production unit. I have a big machine that's about, I don't know how long it is, but it spits out all the books that we can print out. And the cost of running a production unit is sometimes I don't know how I'm going to pay for stuff, but most of the funding that I try to apply is through the Canadian Heritage and the little pots of money here and there. But most of the money is covered by the education programs that I run, so that we just take a little bit here, a little bit there. It covers our whole unit of a year of work to ensure that we continue. And I was thinking, I was sitting here thinking about, like, how important language is. Our community members, even the leadership, cannot seem to understand how important it is. And then we'll be trying to support language through the council, through the teachers, through the community members. But the most important thing for me, when I looked at why we're not succeeding really, we're slowly developing the speakers, but the work is usually from the school most of the time. And this year, we're really establishing more of the community-based initiatives to support the families that want to learn the language. And that's where the work is going to be. And that's where the work, once you establish a family to speak the language as a family, you know, it's going to grow. It's going to become big in the community, really move forward. If we don't work with the families, language is not going to be, it's just going to keep going in a steady pace as now. All right, thank you.
That was good. That was a lot. You got use each individually, you know, addressed really important points, and the importance of collaborating, the importance of advocacy, you know, the importance of you know, building a good environment, working with your staff, supporting your staff for this. You even mentioned for insourcing the development of your own resources, which I think is really important, but printing them yourselves, I think that's really great. So, and a regional approach to providing resources. So for instance, like some community might have, you know, a lot of resources, a lot of language speakers, where another community might not have a lot of those resources. So supporting your neighboring communities, you know, by providing those resources, by, you know, having good partnerships and collaborating to maximize you know, the output of what we're trying to achieve, right, is ultimately creating more resources for the benefit of our community. And I like what was said is a family language learning, community-based initiatives to support families to learn language. I think it's really good. I really liked hearing that. So we're going to move on to the next question here. And some of these are overlapping, but we still would like you to continue to dive a little deeper. So what role do you see technology playing in language preservation? Please provide examples of specific tools you may use or what you would like to use in teaching and revitalizing our languages. So again, this one is talking about the technology that exists as it's emerging and how we can use it in our efforts of language revitalization.
Okay, all right, I'll take this one first again. Yeah, we actually have a few things on the go with technology. This one started back in 2015. We had worked with Six Nations Polytechnic in the development of an app. Actually, I still have it on my old Samsung here, new to me, but we have Cayuga and Mohawk, and right now what we're doing is Onondaga. Like Onondaga is probably one of the most critically endangered of our languages because there's less than, I think, 5 first language speakers in our community. So that one now, it starts, I think, the first week in November, so just a couple of weeks we actually will be starting this project. We also participated in the Indigenous Language and Technology Conference, which took place in Australia last year. So we had a team go down there because we were partnering with Brock University, and this was to use virtual reality as a learning option. mind you, the partnership kind of fell apart now, but it's still something we're interested in completing and working at. I mean, for one thing, like those headsets you put on, we were able to use that in the office just to check it out. It's pretty fun. So, I mean, we had fun doing it. Some kids in the classroom, like, they would really get a kick out of doing this. So we see the benefit there for the younger people. We also, this is timely, we had a meeting a couple of weeks ago with GRE again. They collaborated with this company on AI, so they want to work with us and like sort of preserve our languages that way. We have a meeting this coming Monday with our board, and I guess what they can do now with AI, like say if they, on your answering machine, on your phone, if they just have 5 seconds of your voice, your tone, they can take that and say some other random person and then punch it into their AI machine or whatever they do, and they can have a whole conversation. It would sound like you, and wouldn't even, be anything, like, wouldn't really be even your words, but that's just how they can do it. So they want to do that with our languages. This company has already worked with 140 other languages, and what they do is they dub movies. So, not that we have movies in our community, like of our language, in our own language, so this could be the start of something like that if we chose to. Or, I don't know really where it's gonna go because, as I say, we just had one initial meeting, and I don't even know what our board's gonna say, whether it's, something they even wanna pursue, because this time you gotta look at what's the costs or the benefits and the, do's and don'ts about it, I guess, because is it gonna replace teachers this time, like, we don't wanna take people's livelihoods away. So there's always, some things to consider that way. And so that's just the 3 things that we have ongoing right now with technology.
So with the Board of Education in Akwesasne, we're a Google community. Everybody's on Google. We communicate with other departments, with Google, or in our own department, we can work together, especially whenever it was during the time of COVID, we would stay in our own offices, and we would communicate and work on the same document between our offices. So our resources and materials are accessed as well on an online catalog that was created by our digital resource developer. So what she has done is she shared the catalog with the classroom teachers, and they're able to go online and pick out what they would like for their classroom, and they'll place an order, and then she'll print it out, and then they'll be notified of when it's done, and they can either pick it up or somebody will deliver it. Or, there are times too that where she'll get a request from a teacher who wants something that's not even in a catalog, and she can create and illustrate and have it produced and ready for that classroom teacher. We also have a website. Our website is called imohawk.ambe.ca. If anybody wants to go on there and just to check it out, it's imohawk.ambe.ca. There's a password. It's SKAH123. So in this website, we sent first of all, we work with a company from Montreal, and we send them the books that we write and illustrate. So we send that to them, and they're going to animate some of the characters and images of that book. And we keep the scripts, and then we take it to a recording studio, re-record it, and then the illustrations that are animated and the scripts are put together, and then they're uploaded onto our website. So this website is accessible for all the students, the teachers, and parents. So parents will know what exactly they're learning in school. It's also used as a supplemental teaching tool for the teacher. It can also be used as something for a supply teacher who comes in, and that way they're not missing out in the language in case that substitute teacher doesn't have any language. We also use Facebook, which is new to our department right now. Our curriculum, our program support officer, she's the one who set everything up on Facebook, and there's a daily recording of a word or phrase. The students in our Skawajila Immersion School in the literacy classes each have an iPad where they can use the iPad to have access to the website. Every student actually in all of MB have a Chromebook, and that was actually from the time of when it was during the time of COVID. And each classroom is equipped with a smart board. We are in the process right now having a group from Ganosadage. They are going to do a game development for us, which will be sent to us again as well, where the students can play games. And of course, it's all in the language. We're also working on labeling the various places and businesses in the community. We are working with the Bank of Montreal as our first project. We did meet with them when we asked them if we could hang any words and phrases in the bank that are in Mohawk, and each phrase will have a QR code on it, and a person who goes in can scan it, and the recorded phrase will come on there. And we choose them because it was small. We want to start small, and everybody in the community goes to the bank, or just about anyway. So we're trying to reach as many people as we can. We also want to do text alerts. People will sign up for text alerts, and once they sign up, they'll get a text alert, and on there will be the phrase and word of the day. And all of those are going to be recorded as well. And another one would be to create a language app. And these are all to help support our students who are learning Ganyakeha in the classroom.
Nintam. What resources are required? The role of technology. The role of technology in my program is to create quality resources that are colorful and engaging for the kids from early years to grade 12. That's what we do in my program. And in your program, you should have knowledgeable staff that are very good in technology. So I have in my program, I have a graphic illustrator, life gifted. I have a graphic illustrator, graphic designer, and I have a graphic designer, life experience. So I have all of those supports in my program because I myself, just like money, I don't know all about technology. They do. If I'm stuck, I go, hey Jason, hey Kelsey, hey Dolly, not Moshik. So they come over and run to me and they teach me how to do things. But of course, as my age goes, then I forget a lot of times, so I have to keep calling them again. So quality resources that have to be made for them. And then, like I said, I have to have knowledgeable staff. And the other thing, too, when you're doing your language program, you have to teach your staff why this, why that, why it's important to be very exact when you're creating things. So when we create things, we always refer to my elders, my knowledge keepers, my professors, which are my elders. In order for something to go out into the school, it has to be exact, correct for the kids to get. So in my program, so my staff, we all research, and not just my staff, but the teachers also. Because without my teachers, I can't make those resources, okay? So I have a box where I was able to go into provincial system and be trained as a reading intervention teacher teaching English to grade 1 students to bring them up to par with their other grade 1 students. So when I came back home in 2008, then I was able to bring my knowledge that I'd learned on the outside to bring into my program. And that's what I'm teaching my staff also. So, and also teaching not only my staff, but the elders to see how I've learned on the outside to bring into my program. So technology is very important because all they do is the phones and laptops. And my technology, since I was a teacher at the high school, I still get those little texts when I'm working. Somebody can, Miss Pelchi or Sandra. I liked Sandra, okay? And the other one, they called me nickname, you'll laugh at this one, Moji, you switch me into little shit. So, so you have to be engaging with your little guys. You have to gain that respect, gain that trust, and be able to laugh and play with them in order to make your language move. Those are my little guys. Because when they come into my being, then they are my kids also. Okay, so that's what happens. So when we do things, we always have to research, document, create a rough draft. We take it to the elders, and they go through everything. They ask questions. If I don't know how to answer it, I ask my staff members. If I don't know, if I can't answer a question or don't know what the teacher's asking for, I go get the teacher. You answer these questions. You're the one that wants this language. You answer these questions. Then it comes back to being edited. Then it goes back to the elders. And then once complete, then it's uploaded into our team's page under the board website. If it's a video of a song or a little play, then it's uploaded into YouTube for our board website. And then teacher requests, without those teachers, like I said before, we cannot make those resources. And when we have teacher requests, we also give to them paper. I always tell them, tell me what you're thinking, tell me what you want, because I always said it to my kids before. When I was teaching in front of a classroom with my kids at the high school, I would be standing in front at first. At the end of the year or semester, then I'd be sitting in the back having my coffee and just asking questions. So I was pretty relaxed after a while. And then with my little guys, if they made, and I don't like this word, if they made a mistake when I asked a question, I always clapped, because they helped the one student that was shy to go up there, but to solidify their thinking. And if they were right, I clapped again. So there was no mistaking. So because I didn't want to discourage them. And I always made sure I explained to them why this, why that. So when they went home or into the community, if they were told that's not the way they do it, or they were laughed at, I tell them, you tell them to show you, or you explain it to them. You know, why this, why that. So those are the kind of things I did for my kids. And then not only did we do language, but since my little guy was doing a PD session, my little guy was a chief. He's still former chief of my community. But anyways, 2018, he was starting to talk about the treaties, Robinson-Huron Treaty. And right away, I started writing things down. I think I better write this down. I took my book, and then for a whole thing, he turned to he was asking questions from the different teachers, and we couldn't answer them. You know, he didn't ask me. I don't think I could have answered myself, because I learned about Marco Polo. You know, what's a Chinese person doing in my history? You know, that's what I was thinking. So, but anyways, these are things, my little guy, when he was finished talking to the education director, he turned to her and said, you have a lot of work, because my people didn't know about treaties. And I was glad he was my kid, because I can ask him questions. So when he was doing that, I went back to my office, researched everything, make sure everything was all right, make sure check mark everything, and I give it to my staff. And my staff member created a treaty timeline geared to Wiki and their treaties that they need to know. That's what I did, Guinea. So you need to know the different people in the community also, and you need to pay respect, and you need to play with them also. A lot of times they say, I don't know anything. Sure, they know everything. When you start to visit, there's so much they know. I'm the one that doesn't know everything. Okay, so we did quite a bit. So we did treaties and songs. I've done songs. I've even adapted songs, you know, for the kids and even for my high school kids. You would hear them be singing. If you knew the ABC song, then I adapted one for them to include the letters that we use and the letters we don't use. I'm not going to sing it here. I'll sing it in the workshop after. Okay, I'm only a classroom. What do you call those singers? Okay, and then games. When I was teaching, my kids created games, and then when they couldn't finish it or had to take lunch in the classroom, when I went to the program, then I had them come into placement. Not me. They chose because they kind of knew I was there. So I got them. You make this Scrabble game that you guys started. You do that. If you are knowing another game, then I had another one come in. Okay, it's guitar. Okay, play me a song, and I'll sing the tune. You put the tune back in there, and then we'll upload it. And that's what we did. So I made sure my kids knew what I would like any. And then stories. I asked teachers to make stories. Come on, let's go, guys. Let's move our language. Bring those stories. One of them drew pictures of the Beverly Hillbillies, Jed Clampett. And like I said, I'm 65 years old, nearing 66. And of course, a lot of those people, he's not a good artist, but he drew. And not all teachers are good artists. I like my stick people. That's all I can do. And also, you have to teach them everything in the school system, in the classroom about ceremonies also. You need to know the language that's being used in ceremonies. It's snagat nango. I don't go to those ceremonies myself now because most time it's spoken in English. So to me, that's where I don't really go, okay? I will go once they start speaking in our language again. And then of course, values. And when you research things like, there's one, I was just reading up on called the Waldorf theory, and mostly basically when I read it, it's about Nishnawek. That's how they do things. They don't rely on test scores. In the provincial system, in the non-Indigenous system, education, test scores are paramount. And we won't be able to get our kids up there because we need to give them everything about them first so they can soar. And then I think, like I said, I already explained all my other guys. And like I said, when one more thing there, with the cell phone of my kid, if my students text me, I always pick up my phone when it rings. They text me, I text them back, and I use that little mic in there and say the word to them. Then the last thing I say, where's your notebook? The one thing I asked my kids to do was make sure you take your notebook with you. Make sure you write everything down that I say, because if you go off to college, university, you're going to have a second language speaker that might not have what the first language speaker has, the full complement. So you need to take care of your notebook. So they always say, "Ainjida." So, and when the phone call rings, you pick it up. When a teacher walks in or anybody walks in and they say to me, "Sandra, are you busy?" And I turn around, "Ka," because that person is most important. You put your work down. Naha, you guys.
Okay. The use of technology in learning the language is just as important as teaching in person. A lot of the syllabics fonts or syllabics that we use, you can install it now onto any device, iPad, computers, and even the whiteboard, the smart board there, to be able to utilize language teaching. And we had developed a language app, and the first thing that we put into the language app was the chart of learning all the sounds first. Is very critical. Even to a non-speaker that wants to learn a language, they have to learn the sounds of all syllabics, fonts. Very important. And that's one of the reasons why we don't really have fluent speakers, because we wanted kids to learn to read and write first. And if they don't have that language, or even the sounds of the symbols, they're not really going to pick up the language as quickly as they should be. And that's why I keep telling our teachers, this is very important that you give them the sounds first. You teach them the sounds first. It doesn't matter in which way you teach, or you can teach them randomly, but it's up to you really. And all they need to do is just practice and practice and practice. And that's why it's so important now when you start to use the technology in the classrooms and you start to develop these lessons that require them to read and to write. And they can do that if they have that language already. And if they don't really have that language, they're going to struggle with the reading and writing part. And it's very important that we teach them the sounds of the chart, the syllabic symbols. Like if I were to say, wa, ka, he, kan, and if they already know the sound of each symbol, they'll just write it down fluently. And that's why it's so important that we teach them the sounds, the oral fluency comes out. I've been a teacher, I was a teacher for over 25 years. I started in kindergarten, and from there I noticed that the kids really want to learn. And it's how much you can give them each day of, instruction of what you want them to learn. They'll pick it up. But somewhere down there, we kind of missed teaching them the oral fluency. All we did, I've seen a lot of language teachers write on a board and kids copy them. And they don't know what they're copying. You have to teach them the language, the oral fluency language first. And using that technology that's out there right now, I was looking at the table outside there, the one that can scan and read. And I asked them if he can be able to use that in the language. They said they still haven't been able to work on that yet, but I'm hoping that they can use that language. And we're in a process of developing short learning videos to help kids, like you demonstrate something, like you would say, like right now I'm sitting, if I said Nibon, then I'll stand up. And then those type of learning videos are very important for students as they're growing to learn and see by example of what each word is, what each command is. And that's very important for us that we start moving forward in that area of developing these short learning videos. They could be 5 minutes long or maybe 10 minutes long. They don't have to be long, as long as somebody is doing the actions, kids are repeating the words as this. If I would say Nibon to everybody, then all I'm teaching you is just this action. But if I would just tell you to stand Nibon, and then you repeat the word, and that's learning. And you're teaching kids that way. If I were to tell you to sit down, I've been, and you guys sit down, you follow my lead, but you don't use the word. So you're only learning the basic command. but not the language. So that's why it's so important that we start developing all of these little short videos and helping kids to learn. Even the parents at home need to know, understand. And we need to teach them too. That's very critical. The way I see it now is that kids learn language in the school, they go home to no language support. And that's what we've been focusing on. The chief and council talked to me from Wabik 2 months ago, that they want me to start working with the community members. We had developed 6-week language lesson plans for the communities. And I'm finding that it works if we have a steady person to work on it, to teach the language to the adults, to those that want to learn the language, that want to speak it. It helps, it works, but it has to be consistent. You know, you cannot just have a 6-week program and then you stop. And if you want to have speakers, you got to keep going with it. So that's what one of the biggest challenges I see right now for us is that we need to work with families in order to preserve the language, to rejuvenate the language, and to have that language retention happening within the people that are speakers. And they will become more important. I'm from Bearskin Lake, and in Bearskin Lake, my mom and another elder are the only surviving elders that are there. And I didn't realize that until I was talking to somebody that there's only 2 people that are elders that are still alive. And then I'm working with Wanaman Lake, Kingfisher, and Wabika, and Casablanca. There's still more, and they still have a few elders themselves, but I didn't realize our community didn't have any more elders, really. So it's scary when you think about it. In order to preserve the language, we need speakers that are there that we need to archive. We've done a lot of archiving. I go there and visit people. I have them tell me stories. I record them. I have them do teachings of things, and I record them. So I do a lot of that. I'm only a one-man person. Sometimes, you know, in the language department, and just me and the person outside the hallway there. And I've been trying to find a language support for him because I travel a lot and I don't have time to really review the writings, the syllabic writings for him. So it becomes, you know, a lot of work. But we do enjoy it and we love doing it, and I'm trying to encourage other people to really focus on how language is so important to a person, to your community, to the children. They need to hear you use it, speak it. English.
That's really great. A lot of really great things to reflect on there. One of them that I heard was labeling all community spaces, and then maybe someone said QR code. Like imagine having a QR code and it's like that there's the word that's pronounced in the language. So you're like walking through the res or whatever, and then you know there's the word, and then you scan the QR code, and then the voice comes and says that, and you know exactly how it's pronounced. Like that's pretty cool. Or like a QR code that has a centralized hub for all the language resources. Like, you know, really cool use of technology and how things are being developed. So from archiving language speakers, need for family-centered language approaches, you know, ability to install syllabics on keyboards and things like that. So, and making it fun and interactive. So I think that's really good. A lot of the other questions that we do have, I think you have answered a lot of them, and I think some of them will lead into your presentations individually. So I think that would, I guess, wrap up this panel for now. So I really appreciate it, and I want to give everybody a good round of applause. Let's acknowledge these leaders here who are doing that great work. I really appreciate it. So, Chimigwech for coming. Kanage go eshchigeye, you know, it's really important, all the work that you are doing. So, I really appreciate it. So, I guess that does bring us to our break. And each of these panelists here will have a presentation that they will have their own workshop in their workshop room. I do want to respect the break that we do have for everybody. So I just want to say where everybody is going to be, and so where yous know you are as well. Alice King, who is the Aguasasne Mohawk Board of Education, will be in the Viking room. Sandra Pelche with the Wequim Kong Board of Education will be in the Fireside room. The Nelson Makop with the Shobogama Language Resource Development Project will be in the Odin room. Karen will be in the Karen Sandy with the Six Nations Language Commission will be in the Icelandic room. So I guess we're going to still respect the time that we have for everybody for a break. Make sure a bio break is really important. And then we can start making our ways over to each of those rooms for the workshops. The workshops will bring us towards the end of the day till about 4:30. At 4:30, we're going to have some closing remarks. We're going to have a drum song, and then we're going to have door prizes as well. So once again, we're going to have a 15-minute break, everybody. We'll make our way to our workshop presentations, and we'll continue on this great discussion within each individual rooms to further elaborate on all the great work that their individual language commissions, language departments are doing. So, nahau, miigwech, and we'll see everybody back here at 4:30. Nahau. to see their passion and to see how their work is being carried out in their community. And so hopefully as you went out and participated in their workshop, they got to dive a little deeper and you got to learn a little bit more about some of the work that they're doing. I'm sure that they'll still be around over the course of the next day, so I encourage you, if you had any follow-up questions or conversations, anything you wanted to have a conversation with them about, we encourage you to do that as well. So yeah, it was a good day. We had the systemic gaps report, which was quite daunting when you looked at it, of all the gaps that currently exist with regards to education for First Nation students. But it was put together very well, and it's a great resource for us to use and to reflect on. And then we went into, we had a great breakout presentations. I sat in one about advancing Indigenous higher education, and it talked about the Indigenous institutes, and there was some good comments there about, the ability of those Indigenous institutes to provide accreditation to all of our language speakers, which is a really good conversation and something that I enjoyed hearing. And then we went into the afternoon where we had our keynote presenter, Lorna Williams, all the way from BC, and talked a little bit about the importance of building relationships, having those collaborations. Touched on the legacy of colonization, but talked about going forward, the importance of building that, strengthening your community and having a community effort in terms of language revitalization, which was super important. And then this afternoon we had the language resources panel, which I really enjoyed. I have some notes here, trying to get touch on everything, but I think I heard is some communities have a language department, and I think that's really important. And if in the absence of having a language department in your community, then there's not really a language-specific focused resources. And often some communities don't even have a language plan, like a strategic plan on language revitalization. So, something to consider within your organization, your tribal council, your school board, your First Nation, your community. If there is not an existing language plan, maybe that's something that needs to be brought up, and so you can look at what are the resources that are out there, look at all the great work that's being done in your area, what are the partnerships, the collaboration opportunities that do exist, and how you can bring back that good work and initiate really good language revitalization work within your community. So something that was a good takeaway for me. And the use of, I'm thinking about QR codes, and I'm thinking about, you scan a QR code and then you can hear the word, that's just in my head. I know when I was younger as a language engagement student for my community, we created these resources. There were stickers and labels. We had a label maker and we sent them out to every household. That was like 15 years ago. I went into a household 2 years ago, and they still had their household labeled. They still had the labels in their house, and I felt real proud, and they said, we need new labels because we use those still. And so, that's really cool. So different ways that you can integrate, language into your home as a family approach, family-centered approach, which is really great to hear. Making sure that, everybody comes along in this journey of ensuring our languages continue on. So really great presentations today. So we're gonna still have the draws that we're gonna do after our drum song, but what I'm gonna do is I am going to invite up Barney from Matachewan First Nation. He's gonna come on up, and our elder knowledge keeper is gonna share some remarks to help close us up. And after our Barney shares some final thoughts and words with us, we're going to look to Thunder Mountain Singers to give us a closing song for the day. And then after that, that's when we're going to do the draw. There's 3 draws, 3 prizes I heard, so 3 chances. So if you have any of your chums, any of your work colleagues that aren't here, just say, Abdek Bipskaviek, you got to come back here, because you got to be here to win, right? You got to be here to win. So. All right, so I'm going to call up Barney there. So Barney, whenever you're ready. I don't know if you wanted to come on up. Did you want me to pass you the mic? Teasing the drummers, he said. No, I'll pass it over to you, Barney.
Sure. So I bid you all a good afternoon. It's been a good day, hasn't it? I was talking to the coordinator just earlier, and I'm saying, you know, it's it's difficult to really evaluate what you folks have done here in the last 2 days and by tomorrow, because it's real life. And it's really tough to evaluate real life. And when I look around the room here, personally, I don't see a bunch of educators and stuff like that. I see grandmothers, aunties, uncles. I see life, a role in terms of looking after our children. That's what I see. And that each one of us, of course, has a role to play in our families. And so we bring that knowledge together in one place, and then we use it to our benefit. I think it's good. So my buddy and colleague had to leave today to do some other stuff, so he asked me to do a little, I guess, to see how we handled the day. And so we started the day, I think, in a real good way. And we met Abram Benedict, our regional chief. And he just reinforced the need for us to continue our pursuit in reclaiming our languages. But the thing that I think he said that was most important, to me anyway, was he reminded us of the political process that we're in right now. And he reminded us that we need to remain strong and united. And I say that with tongue in cheek because of all the way sometimes we're fractured as a nation, and we have to bring it back together. And that's what he's talking about. But he will pursue that. And when the COO staff made their presentation, they reminded us of the gaps in services and service delivery and the shortcomings. There was glaring differences in student success rates and gaps in their graduation levels between the province and us. And that they explained that the differences between mainstream and First Nations was pretty glaring differences. And I understood that them talking about disparities, calling for higher quality teachers, staff shortages, and the need for tutoring. And the one I picked up on mostly was the funding for mental health and wellness. That maybe is the biggest thing in our nation right now, mental health and wellness. And when I say that, I also think about our elders. I started so many years ago wanting our elders, knowledge keepers, to have the same. Look, we pay psychiatrists how much to come in our community to be able to evaluate some of our people. Why not our elders? What's wrong with them? Why can't they be paid equally? That should happen. That should happen. And this thing about teacher shortage, good teachers come and go. Something needs to be done about that as well. And some little bit of talk around protocols, around legends, some of the stories that we have as elders, and how they're to be portrayed in the classroom. Traditional knowledge, how do we keep that in place? I guess at the end of the day, it's all about lifelong learning. And you hear about the shortage of money, and the four people that were up here, and they were talking about their roles, about money, about funding. There was a couple of them that were doing well, and two that weren't doing so well. So it's not even across the board. And the one comment that I really picked up on was the person that said our leaders need to really pony up here. Our leaders really need to start doing some work. And that goes back to our regional chief's comment about need to be together on some of these political things that are happening. You know, I really don't know what's going to happen when we look at the Native Child and Family Services. I don't know how that will affect you as educators. But we did get defeated when we were in Alberta last week. Because we as a province said, yes, we accept the program. And as we accepted the program, we said, well, let's accept it, and then after we'll talk about the money. We'll go after it. But as it stands now, the program hasn't been accepted. That's at $47 billion, hasn't been accepted. And there's a 90-day period now, my understanding, that we have to wait and see what happens before perhaps maybe a decision will be made. But it really doesn't help us that much. And so I think that's what our regional chief is alluding to. But let me end by saying, I'm tired. I don't know about you, but I'm tired. And I'll probably be better in the morning. But there's a couple of phrases that I'll use, and I think it's important to remember. And I always say the same things. Let me tell you this. When I was about 8 or 10 years old, just think about it. I was in our cabin, my mom and dad, quiet. And my mom was somewhere around 40 or 41 years old when I was born. So I'm the youngest in my family of 13. So I must have been somewhere around maybe 6 to 10 years old, someplace in there. And she come to me. Now, my mom she didn't speak English, just Ojibwe. Very few words in English. So she came to me, and this is what it sounded like, to me anyway, in the day. It was like your mother talking to you in a quiet but yet a forceful way. And she whispers in my ear, and it sounds somewhat like this. She says, Yagwasako netong kajikinamagsian. Means watch you don't lose the way you were taught. And she goes on whispering, she says, you keep that well. The Creator gave you that. Years go by, and I begin to wonder. My mother, who was, I consider, a bushwoman, raised in the woodlands, knew all of that, knew nothing about what we're doing here today. How did she know, when I was that young, that we were going to have this kind of difficulty? How did she know? How did she know that we were going to run into some pain and suffering, I, as a young man? Do you know, when I was growing up, we ate from the garbage dump. My dad, my mom sometimes used to send us out there because they knew when the grocery store would be dumping groceries, which would be still maybe good. And so I used to be sent out there to gather the good stuff. So I'm telling you, I grew up in poverty. I say that because look at and just listen to the richness of my mom telling me. She wanted me to remember and keep who I was. She wanted me to be a proud person and remain that way. To me, remain strong and stout and face the adversity in a positive way, irregardless. And then my dad would say to us, I lived in a tent for a few winters. Cold. But I tell you, when I was there, my dad would say to us, build the tent well. Make sure it's straight. The notion, my dad told me, is that we all have to live there. And if you don't build it right, we'll all suffer. Think about it. Just think about it. When we are creating a future for ourselves as we're doing here now, the supports and the systems that we're putting together for our language and the safety of our language, if we don't build it right, we will all suffer the same consequence. So we have to put our minds together to the best of our ability to be able to get this right. Now, the Creator is the only one that can get things perfect, but at the very least, we can try to get it right. And I really want you at the end of this day, and carry it with you, what my mom told me. You can have that. You can build on it. And I will tell you directly. I will tell you. Now I'm telling you. I'm saying that to you individually. The Creator gave us all that. Carry that with you. Because that is who you are, that is who you represent, and if you carry that, I think you'll be okay. It's a good spirit. And as we're building this, as I say, we're all living under that great big tent. We're all, what do they say? We're all the same. And so we move forward like that. I'll speak to you more tomorrow. It's my day tomorrow to be able to do the opening and stuff. So I'll dredge up some more good stuff that I can share with you. Hey, by the way, just to end with a bit of laughter, one of the elders, I forget her name now. I met her outside anyway. And as I was walking out to my truck, her and her daughter were there, and she looks at me and said, "Who are you?" I said, "Barney." "Oh." She looks at me again. "Huh, are you Indian?" And I don't know, "What are you talking about?" "Yeah," I said, "Ojibwe, come from Matachewan." "Huh." She says, "I thought you were a stick." she meant chopsticks. She thought I was, she thought I was Oriental. I thought you were a stick, she said. Anyway, that's good. You know, the humor of our people. My goodness, I have a dozen of them, but I won't try to lay that on you tonight because no doubt you're getting hungry. And I think I'm kind of losing my words here a little bit, so I'll leave it at that. So look, as you're going out there this evening, there's only one thing that you can do, and that's let the good spirits guide you. And if you do that, you'll have a good evening, and I'm sure everything will turn out right for you. Miigwech, now we're going to have the drummers do their thing. And so I'd like to acknowledge these guys too, drumming. Some of these drummers have been with me since I used to be the director of the North Bay Indian Friendship Center for years, for 15 years, and one of the young lads remembers me very well. That's where they learn how to drum. Do you know that at one time, just talking about the drum, there wasn't drumming in our community in the day back in North Bay. So what I did is I got this elder from Sudbury. I can't remember his name right now, but I got him to build a drum for us. He did that. The boys took it over, and we're doing that. One of the counselors from the school came along one day. The boys were having their farewell party at the end of the year, and she came to me and really scolded me pretty badly. And what she said was, that drum is the one that's driving our kids crazy. I want you to get it out of there. True as I'm standing here. What I did was, and I can name you the boys that took it. I said, well, tell you what, I'll give it to them, and they can take it home. And that's what they did. They took the drum back to Attawapskat area, up in the James Bay area, and I think he's one of the drummers back in the day when that happened. So it's quite a life that we have, eh? Quite the things that we have to go through. I couldn't understand why this lady was telling me that, but that's what happened. So I really recognize the drum and the drummers and what the boys do, and just keep up the good work. Miigwech.
much, Hemigwech, Thunder Mountain Singers, for that good song. Woohoo. All right, everybody, so we got some draws to do, so look into our tech people. We're going to pull up the Wheel of Names, Wheel of Fortune. Hey, just kidding. So we got three prizes today. I know everybody looking to get moving, but we're going to do it right now. So we're going to ask, spin the wheel whenever you are ready. We'll pick our first winner, and so you have to be here to win. So if this name comes up and they are not here, we will spin again. So our very first winner is, holy, can't even read that. Rochelle Lambert. All right, we got Rochelle Lambert out there. Api Shaya Yin. Api Shaya to Michelle. Rochelle. Gaiwamasi. I do not see Rochelle, so I guess we're going to spin it again. Spin it again. If anybody knows her, you should take a picture. Should have been here. All right, let's see. Winish Maba. Let's see who's that. Shelly Pepakos Monias. Did I say that correctly? Ka. No Shelly here. No Shelly. Shelly once, twice. Already too late. Aha. Gyabe Bejic. One more time. Let's go. Let's see what we can do. Spin it. Give it a spin. So we got 3 prizes to give away here. See what this other name that we have. Lizozamek Hota Kikanage. Come on down. You are the winner of the Wheel of Fortune. Just kidding. You get to pick from one of the 3 prizes that we have here. I'm not too sure what they are. I think there's some Jonia in there. Looks like there's a box of some sort. Look at that. Jonia. Hacha. All right. Okay. Gyabe. We're going to spin it again. We got 2 more prizes to give on out. It pays to be here. That's what I'll say. What name do we got here? Curtis Martin. We got a Curtis Martin out there. Curtis Martin. All right, we got a winner up front. Congratulations. All right. Okay, so we got 1 more. All right, so this one is from Barbara Nolan. Look at that. Look, showing it off. Look at that. Nice t-shirt for the littles. I'm sure I can fit into that too. Lori. All right, we got Lori out there. Lori Van Berskirk. Lori, do we have a Lori out there? Gai Wabma Si Lori. Apish Eya Yin, are you here? Bejik Nish Swe. Oh, aha, she's not here. Okay, let's spin it again. Gyabe Bejik. Hopefully we have the winner here. Beautiful t-shirt donated by Barbara Nolan. Are they for sale? Could I buy them? Yeah, look at that. Some head shaking. All right, Renee. Look at that. They must be cousins. Look at that. Must be cousins. No, I don't see a Renee. Don't see a Renee. They went to dinner together. All right. Okay, I guess not. All right, we'll spin it again. See who the winner is. The last winner of our door prize for today. Brandon Martin. Apish Ayayin. Do we have a Brandon Martin here? Guy Ganabach. I don't see Brandon. No? Okay. All right. Looks like we're spinning it again. Holy, just making me all dizzy looking at that. Look at that. Katie. Do we have a Katie? Hudi? All right, Katie, you are the winner. All right. Congratulations, everybody. So thanks again, everybody, for sticking around. We appreciate it. All the presenters, the singers, y'all did great. I hope everybody enjoys your evening. We're going to be back here tomorrow, 8 a.m. breakfast. We have a 9 a.m. opening, and we're going to be starting at 9:15. So once again, hot breakfast at 8 a.m. I hope everybody has a good night, and we will see you tomorrow. Aha, miigwech.